Okay, well, we are calling to order the Board of Directors' regular meeting of June 25th, 2020 at 10:08 a.m.
We also need Vice Chair Hayes to open the NTMC meeting until our chair gets here. There's an agenda too.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Directors meeting scheduled for Thursday, June 25th at 10 a.m. of the North Texas Mobility Corporation. I understand that to my left is Don Combs. I understand Sarah Hensley is on the phone, and Raymond Suarez is across the room there from us. So we have a quorum, and I'll call the meeting to order.
Okay. Mayor Watts, if you would lead us in prayer this morning.
Father, thank you so much for this day and for your grace and your love. Thank you for how you bless us, and just ask that you help us to be a blessing to others. We ask that you be with the families of those who've lost loved ones during this pandemic, and just ask that you keep us safe, that you help us to keep our fellow citizens safe. Thank you so much for your love and your redemption. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Christina, do you want to give us a brief orientation?
Yes, ma'am. So first I want to say Brandy is not here to help us today, so please bear with us. This is her baby, and she knows all this stuff super well. So she's given us notes, so excuse me for reading. Before we get started, for those of you that are in the room, please remember to speak towards your microphone to ensure that those that are remote can hear and the recording can hear. We also need everybody to keep your cell phones at least a foot away from your microphone so it doesn't cause any disturbance. When you are speaking, sometimes it is difficult to hear with your mask, so we have been told by MCL Grand they are comfortable with us taking our mask off to speak in the mic, but then we must have our masks back on. During the voting process, please state your name before you cast your motion or vote, so the public that's joining us remotely knows who is voting. And for those of you that are joining us remotely, if you are a panelist, please keep your microphone muted if you are not speaking in order to minimize feedback and background noise. If you have a question while someone else is speaking, you may use, for those of you that are, for the board members that are remote, you may use the raise your hand button, and we will give you the opportunity to speak before we move on, or you can type your question into the chat section. Also, for remote attendees, for our public who would like to make a comment during the upcoming public comment section of the agenda, please use the raise your hand function now so that we may make you a panelist and allow you permissions to speak. Please keep your mic muted until we call on you. As soon as you become a panelist, locate the chat and enter your name, address, today's date, the agenda item you will be addressing, or the topic you'll be discussing, which is not on the agenda. We will call on public speakers in the room first. When your name is called, please unmute your microphone and speak clearly. You will have 3 minutes as a public comment section allows. After you are finished, you will be transferred back to the attendee level. That concludes the orientation.
Okay, thank you, Christina.
Okay, we need to take a break a second. So we're getting, you want to tell them loudly?
We're getting feedback from those who've joined via Zoom that the video and the audio are not working.
Carter, I see that you're on. If you can hear us, can you please raise your hand? Wave at us.
Oh.
Great, okay, and you can see us, wave at us?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so it looks like the public is able to attend. DCTA staff is having an issue, so we can continue and we'll get DCTA staff taken care of.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
So this brings us to public comment. This agenda item provides an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Directors on any agenda items or other matters relating to DCTA. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Directors should complete a citizen comment registration card and submit it to the DCTA administration prior to the start of the Board of Directors meeting. There is a 3-minute time limit for each citizen. Anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. The Board of Directors is not permitted to take action on any subject raised by a speaker during citizen comments. However, the Board of Directors may have the item placed on a future agenda for action, refer the item to DCTA administration for further study or action, briefly state existing DCTA policy, or provide a brief statement of factual information in response to the inquiry. Do you see if we have any?
We have not had any comment cards submitted.
Okay.
And I do not see any hands raised on the Zoom system.
Okay, thank you. So this brings us to our workshop, DCTA Board and Staff, Directors and NTMC Board of Directors Workshop. Before I turn it over to Raymond, I would like to apologize to the NTMC Board because I really believe that this meeting should have happened early on in the board, NTMC Board, so that we could clarify those things that we were all, everyone's expectations. So I want to apologize for not having done this sooner, and I look forward to discussing the items so that we can have a good collaborative meeting. So I will turn it over to Raymond.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but because we did have an audio issue at the very beginning, the public comment period, that portion that you read was not heard by the public. So can you please reread that? We need to do that section over.
The public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. This agenda item provides an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Directors on any agenda items or other matters relating to the DCTA. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Directors should complete a citizen comment registration card and submit it to DCTA administration prior to the start of the Board of Directors meeting. There is a 3-minute time limit for each citizen. Anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. The Board of Directors is not permitted to take action on any subject raised by a speaker during citizen comments. However, the Board of Directors may have the item placed on a future agenda for action, refer the item to DCTA administration for further study or action, briefly state existing DCTA policy, or provide a brief statement of factual information in response to the inquiry.
For remote attendees who would like to make a comment during this public comment section, please use the raise your hand function in Zoom. Please push that button now, and we will call on you in order as raised. Looks like we do have a couple raised hands. Okay. So you will have 3 minutes, and we will unmute your microphone. So for our IT crew, if you could please make Paula Richardson a panelist so that she can speak. And we will need you to state your name, your address, today's date, and the agenda item in which you will be addressing. And they're working to make you a panelist. Okay, it looks like, Paula, you should be able to speak, so if you can unmute your microphone and state your name, address, today's date, and which agenda item you'd like to address. I don't see her anymore. Paula, your microphone is muted. There you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't note down what agenda item this is. My name is Paula Richardson. My address, 400 AME Drive, number 3245, Denton, Texas, 76207. And today's date, 6/25/2020.
Okay,
Good
thank
morning,
you.
board members.
Good morning.
I am ATU Local 1338 Executive Board Officer at NTMC. At last month's DCTA board meeting, Mr. Suarez acknowledged receipt of a letter from ATU Local 1338 President Kenneth Day requesting hazard or heroes pay for all essential employees at NTMC. What was not mentioned were that petitions were sent by ATU 1338 to Mr. Suarez, signed by nearly all essential employees in support of this hazard pay during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mayor Watts asked if the $23.4 million that DCTA received from the CARES Act could be used for this. Mr. Suarez said yes. At last month's NTMC board meeting, Vice President Nicole Recker said that NTMC is talking to DART and waiting to see what they will do. I can report that on Tuesday, June 23rd, the DART board voted to approve 8 weeks at $150 per week heroes pay or hazard pay for all of their essential employees. I want to tell you a little story about what happened. And among the many witnesses that heard this was regular board attendee Jim Owen. On Monday, June 22nd at 8:36 a.m., while I was at work, a call came over the two-way radio from an operator at UNT. He said, I have a student here who says he is positive for COVID-19 and needs a ride to the hospital. Needless to say, my heart went to my throat when I heard this. By the grace of God, he told the operator, how many don't, and how many don't know? In closing, essential workers ask DCTA to commit to safe service policies and award our very dangerous work. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have another public comment. Albert Dearlove. So if you could please make him a panelist. And Albert, when we unmute your microphone, we will need you to state your name, address, today's date, and the item or topic that you'll be addressing today. Can you please unmute his microphone?
You hear me?
We sure can.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hello, my name is Albert Durham. I'm the recording secretary with the Mount Transit Union, Local 38. Address is 1111 Empire Central Place, Dallas, Texas, 75247. And our phone number is 214-828-1641. I'm here speaking on behalf of all of the Denton County Transit Authority operators that are in the collective bargaining unit, because during this, it's unfortunate that we are in this coronavirus pandemic. During this pandemic, we are put at great harm when we're out there operating these buses and these trains, because we don't know who we come in contact with every day. Now, just recently, in our last board meeting at DART Board of Directors just approved hazard hero pay for the operator, for the essential employees down there of $150 a week, based on 8 weeks during the stay-home orders. This is very important to these operators. You don't know who you're coming in contact with. People get on your bus, there's no shields for the protection of the operator. Some sort of hazard pay should be given to the operators. And right now, HU, International HU, is got a campaign that we're trying to get at least 15% on all hours worked, or time and a half on all hours worked, to essential employees that are working during this pandemic. This is a very important thing. Right now, I'm not sure what Denton County has, but operators every day down at Dallas Area Rapid Transit are testing positive. We have 39 confirmed cases at dark. This is very important to us. People, when these operators go home, they have to go home and they have to desanitize themselves, de-uniform it, I call it. They actually have to take their uniforms off when they get into their garage and put on some other type of clothes. And that's how dangerous this stuff is. You know, while a lot of the upper management's working from the house, you're not seeing these issues out there. Okay? But this hazard pay is very important to us. And so with that being said, this hazard pay, we're asking that Denton County Transit Authority approve a 15% or time and a half for all hours worked on, for the essential employees out there at out there at DCTA. Thank you.
Thank you. So both speakers were addressing agenda item number 8 on our agenda.
And I do not see any other public comments.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so Mr. Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by just giving thanks to the NTMC board members, my fellow board members, and to the DCTA board regarding this local government corporation. And staff recognizes that everyone's here trying to do the right thing. We're all public servants, and we recognize and we honor the fact that you do this without compensation. You take your personal time to provide your insight, your guidance, your comments in steering the organizations, in this case, the North Texas Mobility Corp. And DCTA. And I just want to start with the right spirit, which is that we're all here trying to do the right thing. And I've had an opportunity to talk to staff. I'm going to give them the opportunity to engage in dialogue, and hopefully we can work together to set a path forward for this agency that mitigates risk, that ensures that we're doing the very best job that we can collectively between North Texas Mobility Corp. And DCTA. And with that said, what I'd like to do is, because we have a relatively new board in the NTMC, and we have new board members that weren't here historically over the past year or so, that why we formed NTMC. So I want to give a little bit of history and then talk about some of the long-term options and the intent, and then hopefully we can chart a path forward and put this behind us and recognize that we're all trying to work in the spirit of cooperation to do the right thing by the employees and by the management team to ultimately deliver the best services we can for our stakeholders. So with that said, I think it's important to recognize that we struggled mightily over many years with the structure of the original agreement, the contract that DCTA was utilizing to provide transportation services. It was a contract that's not often used, where we had a management team of 2 that was contracted by a private company that has well over 30 years plus in this business and has contracts across the United States. They had a subsidiary that basically housed all the employees. And the contract that DCTA had with the contractor was with the management team. And there was very little financial incentive on behalf of the private company. The management team many times had communicated to us that they didn't have the recognition from corporate because it just wasn't a big revenue generator for them. And DCTA services and the customers suffered extensively. We had on-time performance issues. We had a lot of mechanical failures. We had culture issues. We had trust issues between the operators and the contractor and therefore DCTA. We had gone roughly 6 months, beyond the end of the ATU agreement, and wasn't sure whether or not we were going to be able to get where we needed to go. We had members of the ATU address the DCTA board, asking DCTA to do something to take control over the contract. And so I'm going to press pause on that thread of logic and then start a new one, and I'll bring them together. At the same time, it was apparent, based on conversations that I was having with our stakeholder communities and seeing the fact that mobility as a service contracts were gaining, I would say, not only notoriety, but they were gaining in utilization across the country and in our region. And I'll use the term microtransit, where we have private sector providers coming in, providing smaller vehicles and delivering services at lower cost and more of an on-demand type of service. That it's my opinion that the stakeholder communities were interested in that type of service delivery strategy. So we had to work with the union, with the ATU. We had to create a solution. It was evident to me that the existing contract needed to be terminated. We needed to move forward. I was hesitant at the time to create an RFP and put it out on the street. And the driving reason for that was knowing that the future of DCTA might look very different than what it does today. So if we were just moving forward, business as usual, we needed a new contract, it would have made a lot of sense to put an RFP out on the street and try to turnkey the operation. But knowing that there's interest and likely a transformation, a significant one, in our service delivery strategy, it did not make sense for us to put out a long-term RFP, because many times when the contractors are forecasting their profits and revenue, they're basing it on a long-term contract. And so we were kind of pressed with and challenged with trying to understand how to move this agency forward, given that that DCTA is absolutely moving in a direction through the transformation initiative, through our contractors, to determine what the new mobility strategy will look like. And we don't know what the answer is going to be, but it's likely going to be very different than how we're delivering services today. So there is a term that's used in this industry, which is a cardinal change in the contract, which is any change that's more than 25% of the original bid. So if we decide that mobility as a service is a better way to deliver service, and it has at least a 25% change in the amount of hours in service and miles and hours of either the existing or future contract, then we would be forced in renegotiating a contract with a vendor. Literally, it could be 9 months from now, and that didn't make sense. So we thought long and hard. We consulted our chief counsel at the time, was not Joe. I will let Joe off the hook on that one, but it was his firm. And we decided that maybe a local government corporation was the right way to do things, because it's a pseudo-government corp. It's well understood by municipalities. At the time, we were a 14-member board at DCTA. We had several folks on the board that were comfortable using it, were attorneys themselves, and everybody felt at that time that, yeah, maybe a local government corp would make sense. It'd give us time to evaluate DCTA's future, what the services are going to look like, whether we're going to be in the bus business the way we have been in the past. It might be different. And so bringing it in-house would give us the ability to have more clarity, more transparency, more direct relationship with the employees, because culture, at the end of the day, matters a lot to the people that are on the front line delivering services. Our brand, which is an important thing to me, and I expect to this board, that the brand and the recognition of DCTA, we all want our customers to feel like it's a trusted brand, it's a safe brand, and that we're doing everything we can to operate this agency and our services as efficiently as possible. And one of the things that we had consistently heard was that the culture was suffering. So rather than just put it out on the street, because my experience over the last 30 years in this business and others is when you have a new contractor, it doesn't mean that you have all new employees. Typically, you change out the management team and they hire everybody back, and the ATU agreement that we have in place does that. It kind of requires us to afford the union members, the employees, their jobs. And frankly, it's the right thing to do because the brand of an organization is absolutely on the shoulders of its leadership. It's not on the employees. And so for all of those reasons, we chose to create a local government corporation under the auspices that with a 14-member board, that we would ensure that we weren't violating any legal concerns. And one of the concerns was very much around a single employer, the possibility of being viewed as a single employer. We asked our legal counsel about that on multiple occasions, and not just Joe, but other labor attorneys. And we were rest assured that I guess the concern became when the board transitioned from 14 members down to 5, that having the same board of directors for the LGC and for DCTA could become problematic. And so we'll get into some of that detail during this discussion, but I wanted to share some of the history, some of the intent. And again, the intent was to ensure that the agency is being run efficiently, that we had a method of transition so that once we came out of the transformation of the agency, we understand our services, that we have the ability to do one of 3 things: to continue to operate the LGC as it is, to do a turnkey operation and farm out a proposal to the private sector to compete for the positions that we would know at that time that needed to be operated, or that we look at what the cost would be to bring that service in-house if it's small and it's not as big of an impact as we once thought. Those are ultimately the 3, in my opinion, options for us to move forward. And so what I wanted to do was share a slide that kind of depicts what the organizational construct was designed to do, because I think it's important that we recognize, and I do believe that there's been some confusion around the intent of the boards, how we operate together, and at least during the transition, what is the best way to do business. Now, I will say that over the last few months, working with Hendrickson Transportation Group, with RJ's leadership as the general manager, with Nicole stepping in and doing an exceptional job in working with RJ and John Hendrickson, that most of the boxes that we've talked about are getting exceptionally better. I believe the culture is getting better, the on-time performance is getting better, the service delivery is getting better. And so I'm excited about how we're moving as an organization. And I think it's important that you know that as we get into more discussion about the path forward with the North Texas Mobility Corp. But there's a process that is used consistently in transit. And that process is that when we contract with third parties to deliver services, that those third parties are responsible for reporting in through the leadership of DCTA, and that ultimately DCTA board members, you hold me responsible for the productivity, the efficiency, the safety, and our ability to respond to any issue, but especially when there is a safety concern, which have arisen many times over in the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years at DCTA. And so we have to be prepared, and I want us to ensure that everybody's comfortable with the policies and procedures on how those things work. So let me walk you through this bit of an eye chart, because I think it's very important that everyone understand that when we created the NTMC, there was a recognition by the board at the time, which was the 14-member board. There was a recognition that this LGC was going to be tightly coupled to this agency, and we did that because out of the need for efficiency, and as we're looking at reducing the operating costs of DCTA, we wanted to ensure that we weren't setting up duplicate organizations. And so, top left on the slide there's recognition of the 5 board members. I currently sit on that board. It's common in transit, and we did look at DART's LGC that they have for their bus services. Gary Thomas, the president and chief executive officer of Dallas Area Rapid Transit, sits on that board as well for continuity. And so we mimicked that organizational construct for the governance of the NTMC. We, at the time, because these organizations are tightly coupled, we wanted to ensure that the general manager had staff that could support the NTMC. The NTMC was designed to house the operators, the mechanics, the supervisors, all the frontline personnel. But this agency has always had the responsibility of the administration, the payroll, legal counsel, providing the software that accounts for everything. And so you'll see DCT Administrative Resources. Those services are contracted by the NTMC back to DCTA. And so the reason you see these NTMC officers as staff is because they're providing all of that interdependency and communications with the general manager, in this case, that's been contracted out to Hendricks Transportation Group. The NTMC staff needs to have a day-to-day liaison on the rail side of our business. The turnkey contractor reports directly to a staff person who then reports to Christina, who then reports to me, and we're responsible for managing every aspect of safety and service delivery on behalf of DCTA. So we have the responsibility to manage the contractor, and in our opinion, it's appropriate in our industry to have the same type of setup for bus operations. So I'd like to just press pause before I say anything else, and ask if there are questions as to why we set up the organization as we did. This is currently the way the process is working, and then we can talk about how we move the agency forward. So let me press pause and just ask both boards members if there are questions about the history, the structure, and the way it's set up before we move forward. Okay.
Good explanation.
So the next topic is really the DCTA long-term options for the North Texas Mobility Corp. As I mentioned before, local government corporations certainly have a reason for existence. They're used by cities all the time. They're used by transit properties. I think where this has become a bit of a challenge is that we have employees of this local government corp that then spawns one of the criteria that we need to ensure we're mitigating is from a risk perspective is that we're not creating a single employer situation. But as I mentioned before, I see 3 major reasons for or how we transition moving forward. The long-term viability of the LGC, whether we keep it or not, is not something that is of concern or challenge. I think as we think about regional, we've all talked about, are we regional or are we not? Are there opportunities for us to work with other transit authorities? There are typically 2 ways that you work with transit authorities. It's with a interlocal agreement, or in some cases, you will co-op together and create a local government corp to share costs. I think that As we move forward over the next several quarters, you're going to see that there's significant interest and opportunity for us to do things more regionally. As we look at operations, there are a couple of options. As I mentioned, we can turnkey out the business with an RFP. We can enter into an interlocal agreement with one of the other transit authorities that could come in and use their existing application software to help manage the business, the bus business. And as an example, if you look at DART has many large depots around the region that they operate with centrally located software and staff. And so they have a distributed network of bus depots. Our depot could certainly look just like one of their depots, and we could work together to figure out how to drive down cost and how to improve our operations and potentially collaborate with them to move the agency forward. So as I mentioned before, I think we can do an RFP, an ILA, and then transit agencies historically will do a make-buy decision process where they look at what is the cost of contracting something out versus what would be the cost of bringing those services in-house. And sometimes there's a significant difference in cost. And so I think it's important that we evaluate all three of those different options moving forward. So those are, in my mind, what we need to look at with regard to the North Texas Mobility Corp. I don't believe that it makes sense long-term for us to keep the staff in a separate organization unless it's privatized as a turnkey operation, or we bring it in-house, or we do an ILA. But I think keeping it in its current state is probably not the best thing to do. I know our staff has struggled mightily with trying to work with both boards, with having to account for all of the services. So from an accounting perspective, from a procurement perspective, it's just challenging the way it is. And the intent was to make this a transitional process with regard to the personnel. So I want to stop there and see if there's any questions regarding the options.
Well, and if I could add, Raymond, I think that when you talk about this being a transition, I think it's really important to note that while all along doing a turnkey RFP was an option that we looked at, the current state of TMDC at that time under First Transit, we didn't have enough information to really write a comprehensive scope of work for an RFP to turnkey the services. And so I feel like at this point, being a year into NTMC, that we have been ingrained in the business. I mean, if you look at, the current structure, across the board, we have been involved in NTMC business, and that really has allowed us to identify kind of any of those gray areas that needed to be further vetted out, or, look at how we were operating service versus maybe how some of our regional partners were operating the similar services to see maybe some best practices. And so, I do feel like this has been a transition, but that the knowledge that we have gained in this year-long transition has been vital to whatever the final option will be, for NTMC, whether we do a turnkey contract or we bring it in-house, or we, do an ILA with an existing transit provider. We have so much more knowledge now that I think will help us make efficient and cost-effective decisions moving forward.
Thank you, Nicole. I'd like to also, at this time, recognize Hendrickson Transportation Group. They're sitting in the back, and I'm going to let them, if you don't mind, just stand up and I don't mind if you come to the mic and just introduce yourself. But they're our contractor for the NTMC that's providing the leadership and oversight of the NTMC. And I would say that John and RJ, and RJ's the general manager in the field. He reports to John. John's the president of the transportation group. And they've been an exceptional partner in coming in and helping us transition and really righting the ship, in my opinion. But if you don't mind, if you just want to address.
He's got a,
Pardon me? Oh, you have mine? Okay, perfect.
Well, good, I guess it's still morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Hendrickson, and I'm the president of Hendrickson Transportation Group, and I thank you for allowing us to be here. We're here to help you right the ship. We want to continue to move forward and do the things that make sense for this community and the stakeholders in this community, and RJ is doing a great job of trying to change the culture, bring people back together, and get focused on what we do. And, you know, our main motto at Hendrickson Transportation Group is providing access to opportunity. And so that's what we want to do. We want to help DCTA and the NTMC board move forward in a way that makes sense long-term. And we want to help you, you know, forecast where you need to be, and we're going to continue to do that. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that anybody would have. And at this point, I'll turn it over to RJ and let him speak about what's going on at NTMC.
Good morning, everybody. I'm RJ Garza. I'm the interim general manager for NTMC. And, you know, I'm really excited to be here. I've been here a short while, 3 months, and I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of great employees that you have. The facilities that you have are also really nice. But I want to talk more about the employees themselves. You know, it's in coming to any agency, it's always a challenge of feeling the dynamics of where they're at right now and what type of direction or what type of leadership would they like to see and going forward. I have my own leadership style, as many of y'all may know, some of you may not, but I do like to interact. I get involved. I'm a hands-on type of guy. I've been in the transportation industry many years, and so I really love what I do. I care about the employees. I feel for their issues at the same time. All employees are important. I know a lot of them are listening right now, and they need to know that I do care about them. Every employee, every function has an important job to do. And it's my job to provide the leadership and direction to help them through that. But to understand what their functions are and take pride in what the job that they do. And a lot of them already do. But right now is the time to be able to reemphasize that and rebuild the services that you have. You have beautiful towns, beautiful communities, and well-deserved service. So I'm here to serve. I'm here to help you, if you allow me to. And so I'm just excited. Anyway, thank you. And as Raymond, Mr. Suarez had mentioned, Nicole, I just wanted to recognize in a joint meeting that we've had since Nicole has stepped in. I really appreciate that. It's been a good cooperative dialogue and exchange of bus business practices. It's been very good. It's helped tremendously. So I want to continue doing that, and I think it's important in being able to provide the best services for DCTA. Thank you.
thank you, RJ. And I'd like to say that I've heard from employees and staff about y'all's collaborative work, and thank you so much. We are going to need to take a 10-minute break at this time for technical issues.
Yes, and so what we'll need to do for members of the public and for our panelists, we will need to restart the Zoom session. So we apologize for the inconvenience, but you will be disconnected. And if you could give us 10 minutes, we will allow you to log back in. But please give us 10 minutes to do a restart. And again, we apologize for the technical inconvenience. And the time is 10:52.
Are we good to go?
We are good to go.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
So if I may, I'll continue. So that was the historical perspective. I wanted to provide context to both boards before we get into the next topic, which is really the outstanding discussion items around, there's been a proposal for a change in the certificate of formation, the bylaws, And I just wanted to open it up and provide it, just give this back to the board for discussion. Board Member Watts has a question.
Yeah, I received some communication that, and I don't know if Sarah's still, if she's able to hear, but I think she either had some comments and was trying to get in, so.
Okay.
That's just the message I got, but if I'm wrong, I will certainly stand corrected.
So Sarah does have capability of speaking, so if we can unmute Sarah Hensley, please. Just a minute, Sarah. Or if she's not a panelist, please make her a panelist.
I think I'm unmuted now.
There you are.
Hello, everybody. So, and this may not be the appropriate time, so you need to let me know, Raymond or Christina. I know we're going to get into the meat of the matter, but I just kind of wanted to, and I don't know, can you all hear me or is it echoing to you?
We can hear you
No,
just
it's
fine.
great.
Okay. So, I went back and listened to the whole enchilada when you all as a board, the DCTA board, discussed this, and with keen interest what was said, and understand fully, and that there are challenges, certainly, not only with DCTA, but NTMC and the relationship. It was clear that Raymond stated it wasn't working, the purpose was near completion, and it is difficult, I'm sure, for staff because they're trying to staff two boards. But I want to say, just speaking on behalf of myself, I've worked with a local government corporation, I've been involved with mobility issues when I worked in Austin, and certainly with the relationship we have with Cap Metro. And this is not unusual for you to struggle when you have mobility issues that are certainly apparent. But when you are in a local government corporation, it is important because it is, you have to follow open meeting law, you have to follow the Public Information Act. It's deemed to be a governmental unit. And so if there's confusion about that and whether we need to be a part of that or not, that's a decision DCTA needs to make. But I take that role very seriously and want to say that any questions that were asked in the spirit of transparency and in the spirit of a better understanding of how the relationship works, how we can support the contract that the board is responsible for overseeing, and then the relationship. And then, the whole issue around the budget is, I came into it and I didn't have any background on it. I chose to ask questions. I sent emails in advance to try to get answers. There was no intent whatsoever to overextend our role or to ask questions that should have been obvious. It was really to have a better understanding because I'm representing the city of Denton, and I want to make sure that I can feel comfortable doing that in that role. It was mentioned on several occasions about it being a board that needs to be a rubber stamp. To be quite frank with you, I take offense to that. As a local government corporation, that is not a rubber stamp. And anyone who's ever been involved in a local government corporation knows that that is not the case. And then I just want to say that, whatever the DCTA board chooses, that is fine with me. But I want you to know I take the role very seriously. I consider myself to be a very good team player, and I think we all do. And we want to do what is right, but what is also reflective of the communities that we represent. And there were a lot of questions, and there was a lot of confusion, and I think the only way to get through that is to ask those questions. I think that's pretty much it. I just want to make sure, and I think too, the other thing is, maybe Joe can help better explain what is you know, the financial and legal responsibilities of the NTMC board. He's done that on several occasions, and the whole issue about fiduciary responsibilities and making financial decisions that I think, again, for me, it was about doing the right thing and representing our city in the right way. I have to come back to, we're not actually traveling now to the meetings, but I have to be able to say to the city council here and to the city manager, you know, what's discussed and how we're discussing it, and I have to feel comfortable that I know what I'm talking about, and that's why I ask the questions that I ask. And that's it. I just wanted to say that. I wanted to make sure that that was heard, and that if you choose for this board to continue, then I'll continue to represent it, but I'm going to continue to ask some questions if I'm not fully sure of what's going on, or if there are concerns. I'm going to raise them as a member of a local government corporation that was put together. And if it's not needing to be a local government corporation, I will also support that. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your insight, and we've certainly have enjoyed, I know staff has talked about it, has enjoyed working with each of you. I'm not sure where the comments came about rubber stamp. I've never said anything like that. I recognize what the role is of a local government corporation. I try to do my homework and understand how it's set up as a separate entity. Typically they're more independent than the way we have them, because there's usually, I'm not gonna say usually, in many cases there's multiple parties to the reason for the formation in the first place. I don't think staff, and please speak up on your own will if you choose to, but I don't think there's any concerns about answering any question that a board member has, and we're not here to throw stones, point fingers, do anything. What we've been trying to do is communicate, which I think at the end of the day, it's all about full transparency. It's about trying to do the right thing by all stakeholders, and I don't have any issue at all with people asking questions, with us briefing the board. It's your responsibility, therefore it's your right to ask questions. And for any board member of the North Texas Mobility Corp that felt from any staff member that we don't recognize your role and we don't think it's important, and I just don't think that's anywhere close to where I am.
And I would like to make,
It wasn't, Raymond, it wasn't you or staff. I feel like I have a good relationship with the staff, and they've been very helpful. I believe when I listened to the recordings, it was a couple of board members that made the comment about the rubber stamping and
I
why
see.
they were put into place. And
I see.
and certainly that's their prerogative to say that. I'm not criticizing their comments. I'm just saying that was not how it was explained to me. And I'm not sure that's how we would want to be represented as a group that just needs to go along to get along.
Correct. I think it's more important to focus on what we needed from the local government corporation. We needed an entity to transition the ATU agreement, to transition the employees. I don't know if safe harbor is the right word, but anyway, it's to create a structure that allowed a clean and transparent transition as we figured out the future of the agency. It certainly needs its own ability to manage staff independently, and it's not that we're interested in making hiring or firing decisions or discipline issues or anything like that. I think it's really important that if you look at, as an example, and what we're about to discuss is the changes to the certificate of formation and who's on the board and who's not on the board and all that other stuff. And that's really that's the board's decision, right? And I think we all agree with that. But I think it's important and incumbent as the employee of the board to highlight concerns so that the board can make a full, that has all the information they need to make the decisions and direct us as necessary, all of us. And my concerns were about risk. And in one case, we may think we're mitigating risk. In other cases, we might actually be increasing risk without the intent. And so I felt compelled in my position with full transparency to bring up to the board that while it may seem like it makes more sense to not have the reporting structure the way it is, I do believe that we have some concern on the staff side that, what's the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think there's a difference of opinion of whether it's working or not. I can say that when you look at, as I mentioned before, the culture, the dynamics, nothing when you take it from where it was, it's going to take some time to fix it. I think we're heading in the right direction. And I'll just offer this, and then I want to kick it back over. And again, Sarah, thank you very much. We've enjoyed very much working with you.
I appreciate it.
Yes, so just think about if you ask, because I think one of the questions was, should the general manager report to the board or the chair of the board of the NTMC for independence? And I think there's a good argument there. The inverse of that argument would be that the general manager of rail would report to Diane Costa as the chair of the board. And if I said, well, that would mean like Steve Welsh should report to Diane, because that would be the parallel to this, probably your first question would be, who's Steve Welsh? Well, Steve Welsh is the general manager of First Transit that provides all the services on our rail system. Now, Steve has a president of First Transit that he reports to, and he's got a CFO and HR department and everybody else in that corporate structure. But ultimately, that reporting relationship contractually still should, in my opinion, be responsible for reporting to our leadership team from a performance perspective contractually, if it's an independent organization. And so I think there's certainly room for debate and consideration on both sides. We as staff will do whatever it is the board wants to do. And I want you to know that it's my commitment, regardless of what the board wants to do the very best job that we can. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to back to the chair. Thank you.
And Sarah, I would like to say, this is Diane Costa, I would like to say that as the only board member here who actually was here at the inception, rubber stamp is not part of my vocabulary ever. Connie White and I served on the NTMC board, and if you know anything about us, we are not rubber stamp people. I think, I will say my concern has been and is that the board of DCTA has not even decided what we want to do. And so my concern was if the NTMC board is moving forward with certificates of formation, bylaw modification, those type of things, I just feel like we're putting the cart before the horse because we've not even had a discussion, DCTA board, as to what we think needs to happen with NTMC. Yeah. So I would just like, can we all just take a pause and just, can we just, putting out an RFP, I just didn't think was the right thing to do at this time, because what are we going to put in the RFP? We don't even know what DCTA wants to do. My recommendation was that we extend RJ's contract until we are able to have a good discussion on the board to decide what it is that we want to do and then move forward.
And if I could add, Chair Costa, from a staff perspective, and I am sure that RJ would mirror this sentiment, a consistent workflow and communication flow is super important to making sure that we are fixing some of the wrongs from the past over in bus operations, but that we're also identifying where we can be more efficient and do things differently. And from a staff perspective, when we don't have clear guidance on reporting structure or policy or clear instruction on the intent of the board or where that direction is coming from, it makes it very difficult for us to do our job and to do it well. And so I think, I know from my perspective, this conversation is really important because it will help myself and RJ do a better job. And so I think coming to a determination is very critical.
Well, and I think part of DCTA's, under our CEO's movement of putting Nicole in this position, to RJ's point, I think this has helped. And this is what we're trying to do, create that environment where there's good communication and that we can all work together collaboratively. So I think there were some changes that needed to be made. And now that they've been made, I think it's going to help us all, both boards, in going forward.
I did have a couple of questions and maybe some clarification that I'd like to ask Raymond and Joe, if that's okay. To speak a little bit more to the LGC, what kinds of decisions does the LGC make that would never show up at DCTA, at our board?
Transfers within the existing NTMC budget. If there was just a transfer within the NTMC budget that didn't change the overall total budget, which would then come back to DCTA to adjust funding. But so if certain expenses needed to transfer from, different categories within NTMC, that's not something that, as the policy currently stands, would come through the DCTA board.
Staffing decisions.
Yeah, staffing is probably going to be the main issues that you will not deal with, obviously, unless it trickles down or flows down.
Gotcha.
And that was the intent.
Gotcha.
So with regard to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Just as he's talking about staffing, but much like with staffing in DCTA, the DCTA board doesn't really have a lot of input in what DCTA does with staffing. That's up to the CEO and from the staffing perspective. And so I don't know that we have ever really brought staffing issues to the board at the board level. So you mentioned staff, but that's from the.
No, so that's something that they won't, will not see.
Okay,
staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would.
Things that will come that are, I think, on the line, which makes it a little confusing, is around union negotiations. When we get to the point that we need to negotiate a new union agreement, the NTMC would manage the discussions, the dialogues with the union. But the decisions that are made as to pay structure, what's allowed, what's not allowed, can have significant financial implications on the agency. So there has to be very close communication between the agency, who's responsible, obligatory for whatever agreements are built into those, and they can be significant errors made in contracts that can cost an agency money. Insurance, a lot of those different things have to be discussed between the union body, the employees, and the NTMC staff or management team. But then there needs to be a coupling and the authorization for the budget to agree to those terms comes from DCTA. So DCTA would ultimately have the authority to agree to the new union agreements or not, based on the implications of those sorts of things. There's other things that were in the original certificate of formation, I think, that are, I won't say boilerplate, but they're fairly indicative, that can be concerns like issuing debt, being able to procure things. And to my knowledge, if there is a financial impact that, as the singular employer, a singular agency in this case, there's not multiple agencies in this particular LGC at this time, but those types of instruments, in order for the LGC to move forward with them, have to come back to the DCTA board. So ultimately, the DCTA board still has authority over the ability for the LGC to issue debt or anything of that nature.
Gotcha.
Is that correct? Just correct me if I'm wrong,
No,
Joe.
that is correct.
Okay.
That was the intent.
And just so that I'm clear on the LGC that we currently have, how many contracts does our current LGC oversee, or are underneath that?
Just this one, the NTMC staff.
Just the NTMC staff?
Correct.
We didn't put any of our mobility contracts, we moved those all out? Or did we?
They were never a part
They
of
were never,
the-
so those 30 contracts that we have out there are not underneath the LGC, they're under
Correct.
DCTA?
Correct.
Okay, just to make clear. What I want to and I think we get wrapped around the axle a little bit on the employment contract, because that's kind of that's the tent pole right now. But Joe, correct me if I'm wrong on the formation of LGCs. LGCs allow us for more transparency in accounting for handling contracts, and that's typically why they're used by governmental agencies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I would hate to see is that we've spent a ton of money on getting this set up, and I know it's been focused on the employment contract, but for me, and I think for our constituents, it's incumbent to have the transparency, especially when we're talking about mobility contracts, third-party contracts, to be able to have that budgetary transparency that this contract is whole and is providing the metrics that we expected it to provide. And I think that, to me, is the we can figure out the employment thing. I think that, as Chair Costa said, I think we have to wait, well, and I'm interpreting what you said, so please let me know if I'm interpreting it wrong, that we can't kill this thing right now. We got to get the efficiency study figured out. Then we'll know what we're trying to get done as an organization for mobility within the region. Then we can figure out which one of the three options that Raymond has put out as far as where we go with our bus drivers. And quite frankly, maybe at some point with our rail, who knows? Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, because everything we do is all dominoes, right? We're still waiting for this domino to trigger that one. So when we get to a point where we're talking about this LGC as an entity, understand that my position on the LGC, whether it works or not for the employment contract, I still think there's a tremendous value to Denton County and to transparency for third-party contracts to live within the LGC. I also believe that, in my experience with LGCs, that the staff burden for that, while it does take additional accounting burden, I appreciate that, the staff burden is actually going to end up being less because those contracts only have to be evaluated at certain times. So it's not going to have to be typically a monthly type of thing. In fact, Louisville's LGC kind of sits out there and maybe has a meeting or two a year for an entity that's much bigger than DCTA. So I think, I don't know what staff's expectations and understandings of LGCs are. I know this is kind of a new thing, but that's the box that I'm communicating in as far as my expectation and what I see in LGC being able to provide for the entity. I don't think going through the bylaws at this point is something, again, that's a domino fall kind of step if we want to, and again, it takes 3 votes for what I'm saying here to make sense, or if that's where we go, and by January, February, this may be completely moot. But I think if we are going to look at the process of the LGC, and I think it's going to add a lot of value to us, and we've already spent the money. I mean, I think I can come up with, high 6 figures as far as legal fees and whatnot, from what I've seen, as far as all the different pieces. I mean, it was originally stated that this was going to save about $1.25 million or something like that in employees. It doesn't matter. We're going to have to get to that conversation.
Well, I do think that we've saved a lot of money because of the collaboration that we've had on being able to make the decisions that we've had. I concur. I would say, and I didn't mean to cut you off, so if you want to finish.
That's fine. I was rambling. It's good.
No, I think, I agree. I think we're really wrapped around too much around the employment contract, which I think is a temporary thing. I would ask the board both boards for some patience, and let's figure out what the future is going to look like. I don't think that it behooves us to make modifications with the state and then turn around maybe 3 to 6 months later and decide we want to change those back, because now the formation of the LGC is very different.
Yeah.
And we might want to use it in a different way. I want to retract my statement about the only contract being the labor contract, because we actually have 2 contracts. We have the labor contract, and then we have the contract with Hendrickson Transportation Group. And that's what Chair Costa was referring to earlier about, I think there was a request, and there still is, that we put an RFP out on the street to competitively bid that service, we could certainly do that. I think just to try to get somebody new in here, try to make sure that it's competitive, and to do that for a 3 to 6 month period, to me, actually detracts from the progress that we're making. And so I just wanted to point that clarification. There really are two. All the mobility as a service agreements are through, that was let competitively through DCTA, so anything that we do with third-party contractors would come through DCTA.
Okay.
As we talk later in the agenda about regional opportunities, whether we do an ILA or LGC, I don't know what those look like, but certainly an LGC is helpful in those cases.
And I think it's important to note that the current agreement with HTG for interim GM services does expire at the end of September.
Thank you.
So, I mean, that will be something that we need to address, whether the board would like to extend that contract. Again, to Raymond's point, the spool up factor in getting somebody in who can understand our particular business and all of the individual employees and their approach, I think takes some time. I think RJ would agree that even 3 months in, like, he still hasn't kind of checked every single box quite yet, because it just takes time. But that contract does expire. We had been given direction from the NTMC board at the time that the original contract was approved to go out for an RFP in order to showcase that it had been competitively bid. And so that is where that request came through. And so staff has been working on putting together that RFP to align with the September 31st expiration of the existing contract.
And when Nicole mentioned that it's the board's decision and we need guidance from the board, that is from the NTMC board. And so that will be an item on the NTMC board agenda for July for discussion.
Well, and I think that was one of the issues I had wanted to discuss, because it sounds like we've just now got the right people in place to do what we're doing. And we are not sure, DCTA, where we're going to go. To council members' comment about the dominoes, there's so many things in play right now that my personal opinion as a board member is that we extend the contract. I don't think we can put out an RFP, because I don't even think we know what we're doing at this point to put it in an RFP, number one. And Sarah, to your point, I am so glad that y'all are asking questions. Each one of you on the NTMC board was handpicked for a reason. And transportation is an entity all in its own, and so to understand it, I so promote the questioning because who knows, at the end of all this, we may be still with the NTMC board, and I want educated people on there. We have good character people on there, because that's why y'all were selected. The other issue for me was asking Raymond to resign from the board, when the truth is, if there's an issue with delivery services, I want to go to Raymond. And I want to get on him about it. And we know that that's what DART does. Gary is on the board. And I think it's for the reason we did that was for the continuity. At the end of the day, he is the CEO, and this board holds him accountable for delivery of services, whatever those are. I'd rather go to him than go chew on somebody else that really is not getting paid to do that. So, so that was one of the other issues I had with removing Raymond from the board. It's not what's typically done, and I think at this time particularly, less change is better until we get to a great decision about what we want to do going forward. Yes. I'm sorry, Cesar, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For me, it helps me to speak out loud sometimes to kind of make sense of it, since I wasn't here when this was formed. From what I'm hearing, I wrote down what I think are the 4 options that are really before us. So we have an option to dissolve the NTMC and bring operations in-house. We have another option to dissolve the NTMC and then issue an enter an interlocal agreement with another transit agency such as DART or the Fort Worth T, and task them to basically do the bus operations. A third option would be that we issue an RFP to bring in a separate company to, again, manage the whole thing. And then the fourth option is you keep this current operation as is and just let the NTC manage it. So those are your four options. That's what I'm thinking. And I think all four options have the same metrics. The DCTA board will allocate funds to all four options. Say, these are your funds to provide service. And we're gonna measure service by giving you certain performance measures. So is that correct? I'm trying to make sure I understand it correctly.
Yes, that's correct. I think it's a matter of timing, in my opinion. It's a matter of who do you hold accountable for managing risk. And again, it's not just to this board, it's to agencies that we take on money from that do federal audits, do safety checks. There's all kinds of things that are required to manage this agency properly. But those are the four options. There might be a hybrid, I'm not sure, but those are the ones that I think are.
So in each one of these options, we would always tell whoever that is, whether it's us as DCTA staff doing it, or whether, and if we do that, we're going to give that department, this is your department budget to manage everything.
Correct.
And then the same thing if we stay with the North Texas Mobility Corporation. We say, this is your budget. That's it. You figure it out from this point on, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And so in each time, so it seems that part of what part of the concern or the heartburn that's happened is it goes back to communications. Maybe we didn't provide very clear metrics, performance measures, very clear communication to the board, the current NTMC board, and say, these are your performance measures, this is your funds that you have. And so maybe some of this kind of improves if we start providing clear performance measures. And maybe we don't understand that, and maybe this efficiency study will help us gain some understanding of that. Is that possible?
Certainly, performance measures are important in any contract. That's the only way you can define whether you're winning or losing or just standing still. I will say, since you're new to this board, there are plenty of folks on the DCTA board currently around this table that would say that was a very challenging thing to get, to actually get valid performance metrics from the agency. The quality of the performance metrics, the responsiveness and timeliness of the performance metrics, to make sure that they were actually tied to performance was something that was a bit of the challenge. And again, a lot of that had to do with, we had a contractor that was, we certainly, all that data and everything, the employees were employees of the contractor. So when we had issues with the quality of the data, with the responsiveness and timeliness of the data, the contract didn't have any teeth in it nor did they have enough profit in there to even pay back, right? But there were no penalty clauses, nothing in there for lack of data, lack of analytics, the quality of the information, and we struggled as an organization to do that. And that's one of the things that we have repaired since implementing the NTMC, that we're able to get very timely information, and I think that spawns an opportunity for us to get performance metrics that make sense. I would say that we were well on our way to doing that, and then COVID with the stay-at-home orders has certainly is going to make those metrics look very different. But we are tracking, I think, and we will provide much better information. Just providing a quarterly report or trend analysis, in my opinion, means nothing unless you can rely on the data and the data quality. So in any of those instances, whether it's contracted out, whether it's in-house, or whether it's through the NTMC, performance metrics are vitally important so that we can determine whether or not we're doing a good job. And there's a lot of, it's not just about cost per mile or how many passengers are you picking up per hour, because those are all have to do with what Board Member Watts has alluded to, which is we're in the mobility business, but there's other metrics like, are we making pull-out? How many times are we having service interruptions because there's mechanical issues and failures? And we have the customer service, we have the maintenance people, we had all the financial reporting people for all those metrics, all under the control of the operator. And that's kind of the fox guarding the hen house. And so long-winded answer to your question is yes, those should be requirements of the contract moving forward. And I think we have, through the cost model, through our ridership reporting, we have the ability now to provide more data on a monthly basis as to how we're doing the health of the organization.
Christina, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make one clarification when you talk about the 4 different options. The one major difference with the NTMC option providing service, if we can put up the slide that Raymond was speaking to earlier, the current structure workflow, the flow chart, there are a number of duties that are in the gray box with the blue outline. It's kind of hard to see from that distance. But there are a number of resources that DCTA provides to NTMC. So unlike DCTA contracting out with a First Transit or whomever, NTMC requires, just by the nature of the way it's set up, requires DCTA staff in order to do to perform its duties. So NTMC staff cannot function without DCTA staff. So it's not turnkey if we were to have an RFP that we outsourced our mobility, our operations and maintenance of bus service to a company. Because with that, we would not be doing payroll. We would not be helping with human resources. We would not provide IT support. So there's a number of duties that NTMC requires that DCTA staff performs on their behalf.
Well, I appreciate that, because I want to clarify something that I heard Raymond say at the beginning, saying that the current setup is not, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what I remember, that it's not sustainable. It's draining staff resources, and I think that's what you're alluding to. So with the other options.
Can I make a quick clarification just for the listening public? Everybody in here knows, but I want to make a quick clarification, is those services that are provided, they are provided by DCTA staff, but they're done through a contract with NTMC.
Through an the IOA.
Yes.
Correct. Just want to make sure
Yes,
that's
it's a contract.
clear.
Thank you.
So and that's what you were saying earlier, that this is, the way it's set up, this is draining, maybe that's not a good word, but it's taxing staff.
There's an amount of duplication that would go away. There's a certain amount of efficiency. So all these things are interrelated. The number of staff at DCTA is what it is because we need to, in this environment. It's something that didn't get solved within TMC. It existed with the original contract. All of those services were being provided to and for the old contract arrangement as well. And so it's a hybrid, again, that does not, it's not the prevalent way to do business in transit.
Right.
There's been a handful of those contracts around the country. I've never heard anybody say, oh, this is great the way it works.
So to clarify, if you go to an ILA, the concept of going to an ILA with like a DART or a 4T, everything, including what's in that blue box, is in that ILA and pushed over to DART or the T. Is that how you would envision it?
There's a handful of things that we would naturally do anyway. We'd probably market our routes. There would still be some oversight from a legal perspective, data, but not day to day. I mean, in this case, they have their own management team. They'd manage the staff. They charge us a fee to do that, but we wouldn't necessarily be engaged. We would not do the payroll checks for their personnel,
So I
in
guess
my mind.
It's starting to click in my head finally that I think what the biggest concern is the amount of effort here, and any model that's selected has to somehow reduce this effort, whether it's an RFP or ILA. You have to reduce that effort. That's what you're trying to get to.
Yes, because you want an entity to be responsible for their employment, for their managing their personnel, for deciding what the pay rates are. We would pay a fee to the contractor, assuming it's fair and reasonable for the services that they would be offering. And then it's their responsibility, their risk, their insurance, everything to deliver that service. That's the way we handle the rail side of the business.
Okay.
And so.
And regardless of those 4 options, there are still going to be DCTA staff members that have to that have to be involved in the business.
Yeah, we're still ultimately responsible for the oversight, for the management, to audit the contractor. We have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure, even if we agreed to a price, we still have to perform audits over the contractor, that they are doing their drug and alcohol testing in accordance with general accepted principles from the FTA and FRA. I mean, there's transit authorities that have been in trouble because ultimately they weren't managing the contractor, and the FTA, if you're drawing down dollars, requires you to do drug and alcohol and OSHA and everything else that's associated with that.
And there is a very fine line, I think, between being involved and being so far apart that you're not working collaboratively. In the past with TMDC under First Transit's management, there was such an arm's length distance that a lot of the collaboration wasn't there. And so, that it's been discussed today, and I think at the last meeting, that there has been a lot more collaboration, even just in the last 30 days, in how we're delivering our fixed route and on-demand services. And that really is contributable to being involved in each other's business. I mean, we have so much more mind share available when you have DCTA management and NTMC management working together collaboratively than if you just had a single entity making their own decisions unilaterally. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times that RJ and I are pinging ideas off of one another in a collaborative spirit to ensure that we're making the best decisions possible.
Lots of hands. Mayor.
I'm just gonna be honest, I'm a little frustrated because I'm not really quite sure, when I look at the agenda, and I see what we're discussing, I don't see that we're really making any concrete decisions on long-term options, we're discussing them. But this meeting primarily was set also because there were some things at the last board meeting that were said that, and I'm not trying to undo the piece, I'm just saying I think we need to address some of the things that were said based upon, because we still have to go over, are we going to do certificates of formation? I think that's what you started to do. Bylaw modification. Who's the general manager, the RFP? So I'm trying to understand what is the deliverable of this workshop when we've heard from one party from the NTMC board. And so help me. I'm confused. I think there's a lot of information flowing around, but it doesn't seem to be moving in any particular direction. If we're just here brainstorming, I get it, but we could probably spend the rest of the board meeting talking about this for 5 hours. So I'm trying to understand, what are we hoping to accomplish
Thank you for
from
that.
this?
I think that's, you're right. That was the guidance that we were looking for, is do we move forward? I think we were getting close to that.
Well, I also wanted to ask the other NTMC board members if there was something that they would like to share.
My main thoughts are, the reason we looked at not continuing Raymond on the board, I got it because that was the direction that we were receiving from y'all and staff, the lawyer, because we wanted to be 2 separate entities. And not that there wouldn't be communication, we wouldn't work and follow the vision of DCTA, but to try to have it more arm's length. That's how that got going. So I think it's good you're having the workshop today because I think it'll improve everybody being on the same page.
Well, thank you, and that's, I mean, I know this is frustrating and it's time-consuming, but I think it needs to happen.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, I agree, but we've been here almost 2 hours.
Yep.
And we've been talking about a lot of stuff with really, I mean, it's all disjointed. And so when I look at a 5-bullet point agenda, okay, we talked about the intent. I don't know if we've talked about the long-term options. I don't know if we're supposed to decide today on a long-term option. Is that one of the issues?
No.
Okay. Discuss DCTA and NTMC board workflow. We've talked about that. Okay, now we've got to decide on certificate of formation, bylaw modification, general manager, because it seems like there was some discussion at the last board meeting that, and I think
Yes.
you had said, Diane, today, you didn't want to have Raymond off the board. I don't even know there was a lot of assumptions made last time. And I think part of the reason why the NTMC board is here to help us understand, okay, how did we get to the point where we thought Raymond, might not need to be on the board? There's a lot of discussion on this board about that. I've heard nothing from, and I don't mean that as a criticism, I'm just saying I think in some ways the NTMC board was not able to share last time some of the concerns that were raised at our board meeting. And I think they need to have an opportunity to share, why was it that we thought, we would want Raymond to be either president, not on the board? What was the thought about the general manager reporting to the board and also reporting to DCTA staff or to the president?
Well, I think Richard just identified that. And so I think that we did set this for a 2-hour discussion. And absolutely, I was asking for the NTMC board for their input. I don't think we can decide these issues today. There's no decision. I feel like for the DCTA board, it's going to have to be put on future agendas as we get other information in to decide what we're going to do.
And I can appreciate that. I asked for this joint meeting last time because of some of the things that were said during the board meeting and the frustration with what's happening at the NTNC board. They're not seeming to be in concert with us.
Correct.
And we've talked around every bit of that. So I want to make sure that, how can we make sure that when we walk out of this room, nobody has any questions about, hey, you know what? Okay, I get it. I might not have known all the facts. And we did set it for 2 hours, and I don't think we're any closer to really trying to figure out some of the answers to those questions.
Well, I would kind of disagree with you, Mayor, because that's what I think NTMC is going to be able to share with us, which was Richard was doing, about why some of these things were put in place. And again, it does go back to lack of communication, which I took total responsibility for at the beginning of this meeting. So again, opening it back up to the NTMC board, I don't think they're going to know what to do until we know what we're going to do.
Let me be
But
a
I
little bit
wanna
more
hear what-
direct, and I'm not discounting anything you said,
It's
Madam
okay if
Chair.
you do.
So there has, I think we shared, and we'll say this with the other NTMC board members here, staff has shared their frustrations with the communication the way it has been. It appeared that there was interest in having the general manager report directly to the chair of the board or to the board itself. I don't know if there's been enough communication at the NTMC to really understand, for all board members to understand why we were doing that. There was a vote taken at the NTMC to remove me from the board. And I do believe that it was a request of NTMC for this board to take action on modifications to the certificate of formation. In my opinion, I don't think, and again, I'll defer to legal counsel, but I don't think that the modifications can proceed without the DCTA board making a decision to make those modifications. So I think the history helped because, with all due respect, Cesar wasn't here for a lot of that stuff. So, and I don't know if Sam was or was not, but I think, providing that context and the history was important. But we do need to improve the dialogue. I think it's gotten better in the last 30 days since we brought that out, that we're all trying to work to the same end. I don't know that the communication was the intent for the change of the certificate of formation. I think some of that came out with, hey, we wanted to make sure there was full transparency, that there's independence between the two organizations, and I think we really got focused on the employment piece of this too much. I think that's a short-term issue. I certainly, and I'll speak on behalf of staff, but please open your mouths if you need to, but we would like some clarity. I don't know that we need to be worried about, my advice would be not to amend it until we know what we're doing. Because we might do something that we might want to change right back, and I just don't think that's good practice. I don't know why we're in a hurry to make the changes if you're hearing from the general manager that's on staff now that things are getting better. It's meeting the intent that we all expected it to. If there's concern by either board about transparency, then I'd like to hear it, because we want to do a good job, and everything that we're trying to do is to be as transparent and independent as possible. So yes, I think we have the question around the general manager, who do they report to? Right now, the way it is, it's just like any other contract in transit. There's a reporting responsibility through contract, ultimately to my position. If there's a desire by the NTMC board to have the general manager report to the board or to the chair, I don't know if that's clear, and I'd offer it to the other NTMC board members where they understood that was being requested, or maybe I'm under the wrong impression, but that was my understanding.
Okay, so let's hear from the NTMC board.
I'll just say that for me, this has been a very helpful discussion to have some historical background and context, even though when I came onto the board, you get a brief overview. Seeing the discussion here today has been very enlightening, and I tend to agree with, I think, some of the sentiment that was expressed earlier, that maybe we are being premature in trying to make decisions when we don't see the end objective yet. I absolutely agree with what Sarah said, that we are not here to rubber stamp anything. At the same time, I love the collaborative thought and the opportunity to better understand where DCTA desires to go, what this should look like from their perspective, and then let us work our side of that as well. But I think we have been a little premature in trying to make some decisions, at least from my perspective, without seeing the end objective.
Can I ask a couple questions of the NTMC? Maybe to get us to the last.
Could we just let Richard say something, and then if he doesn't answer your question?
Perfect.
In regards to the general manager reporting to us, I mean, we have two contracts. We have the collective bargaining agreement, and we have the Henderson transportation contract. So it makes sense that we would get a report on both of those issues, and that the person who would make that report would be the general manager. So that's just my thinking on it. It's been very helpful for me to get the written reports that he sends in. I think they're fantastic, because I like how he always puts in there, solution, what he did to solve the issue. If that is, if he needs to, it doesn't have to be exclusively to us. Obviously Raymond's going to be in the meetings, and other staff that are DCTA staff are there. So it's not like we're trying to hoard it and capture all the information and no one else know about it. But since that's our primary contract, then it makes sense that we would receive reports on that. And then I think that's all I wanted to say on that.
In relation to the word report, maybe that has been a communication issue, because I can tell you from the NTMC officer's perspective, when the NTMC board asked for the GM to report to the chair, from our perspective, report to meant for guidance and direction for operations and maintenance of the bus service. If if it was the intent of the NTMC board to have the GM provide a written report and an oral report at a board meeting, that is, I mean, that's a completely different thing than what we were understanding. So if that's the case, I think, you know, that I agree with you. Those written reports are wonderful, and I think it's great that RJ comes to the monthly meeting and participates in some discussion. And I can tell you from a DCTA staff perspective and an NTMC officer perspective, we absolutely are in concurrence and agree in alignment with having these written reports and oral reports. It is an issue, I think, for us, and I'll speak for myself, that to have a general manager report to the chair of a board of directors in order to get direction and guidance in order for him to perform his duties as a general manager. That's where there was some
Concern.
issues. But if that was not the intent of the NTMC board, then we as NTMC officers have completely misunderstood.
Well, I don't think you gave us your two reasons. Those aren't mutually exclusive. And so it's not one or the other. It can be both. And whether, I think at least best I can recall, the concept of reporting to the chairman of the board was he had a single point of communication as compared to having 5 people pulling at him. Now, there are times when, yeah, policy-wise, we're going to have to make some decisions and give directions as a board. So if that somehow offended someone, that because we were going to try to make it easy and report to a single person as compared to 5, it can be 5 all the time. I don't have a problem with that. If I'm understanding what you're saying, that somehow it seemed inappropriate to just report to the chairman of the board.
I think providing, oh, go ahead, Sam.
Well, wait a minute,
can
I
wait.
think TJ was next.
Okay, we're good. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, I think Ms. Hensley may have been listening to the part of our meeting where I was speaking and was frustrated. And my frustration was that so many of the decisions that are made about the bus service are policy decisions. And those policy decisions, as I understand it, are to be made by the DCTA board. And so I think the NTMC board is in a really difficult position because there's so many of those decisions that are, I mean, we've got in our packet today decisions about bus routes, you know, and frequency and all those things. And if those are policy decisions, then this board needs to make them. And the perception that I had, and I think it was probably wrong, was that we were making policy decisions and the NTMC board was saying, no, we don't agree with those policy decisions, or we want to re-review those policy decisions. And that's frustrating because this job is hard enough and time-consuming enough, as Chris pointed out. If you have to make policy decisions once, if you have to make them several times because you have split governance, it's just not workable. And I felt like, and I may be misremembering, you know, how you feel about what happened is different than what happens sometimes, that the staff felt like they were being pulled in 2 separate policy, you know, directions. Like, we had decided we were going to do this as a policy, not as an execution. And there's a lot of gray area in this universe about what execution and policy is. And then the NTMC board was making a different policy decision, and they were like, I can't serve 2 masters. And so that's how I felt like we got here. And certainly, I don't want y'all to rubber stamp things, but I think I did say, you know, I felt like it wasn't clear that you knew what the role was, or that we hadn't communicated what the role was about what y'all were going to do. I mean, I think that is exactly what I said. And that was my frustration. Like, if this board, if MTMC was created primarily to be a conduit, well, Joe's gonna slap me down in a minute. If it had a limited purpose, and it wasn't serving that purpose and in fact was creating inefficiencies about policy decisions, that frustrated me. And that was what I was trying to voice. I don't remember if it was our last meeting or the meeting before that. But that was where my frustration was, and I think it may have been a inaccurate perception of what y'all were trying to do, based on discussions that I've had with Mr. Hayes and just hearing the tone here. It sounds like, hey, we were just trying to do what we thought the staff indicated was a good set of decisions to further our purpose, and those actions got misunderstood. And I think y'all can, I think where we are as a board, and I'm risking saying, but because I speak only for myself, we're trying to leave as many options open as possible as we get information back from the efficiency study and engage in this transition. So when I heard that y'all were putting out an RFP, my feeling was you may be making decisions that limit our options. And right now, we're kind of just in the process of like putting ourselves in position to do a lot of different things. In other words, we want to have as many options open as possible. We want to be as flexible as possible. And that's kind of where we were our last week at our budget workshop. That was one of the main goals of the budget, was to be flexible so that when we get what we think is going to be some good information, we can make decisions about our future. And so my frustration was, hey, y'all are over here making some policy decisions that may limit our flexibility. So that's my 2 to 10 cents. Very good.
I think you made a very valuable point on policy and operations, and there just needs to be a clear dividing line on what that is. And you even recognized, Sam, that there's some confusion. When does it go from policy to? I would never think the number of bus routes or the time of the bus route would be policy. I see that as operational. If it is in fact policy, that's super. So maybe to help us better understand our role, define what is policy and what is operational and what you want us to do. And I think you have the people who will be very happy to be, arm in arm and take it where it needs to go.
TJ?
I think, and I have some notes from Dean. I appreciate the NTMC's comments. I think the end result was, and if I'm speaking out of turn, let me know, because I just have a few small notes from him, is that at the last meeting you had a previous GM that left after 16 years. Then they had a contract for a new GM that was not an RFP, so there was a request on an RFP just to make sure that the due diligence had been done. But that contract to the new GM, no offense, I think I'm hearing great things, but that was a doubling of expense from what we were paying the previous managers, is my understanding. And so there was call it a CYA, call it a dot the I's, cross the T's conversation that the board was having because of that rapid change. And I would do the same thing, right? If something was changing, I had to get it done in a dramatic fashion. Well, then I'd try to backfill and make sure I was, getting fair value for what happened.
Right.
So that is, to Dean's point, comment. And then I think the third piece of there that was really important to cover was it's not about having that person report to NTMC at exclusion of staff, but it was an and conversation, because that's our depth of knowledge, that's our expertise. They're on the front line. They're, quite frankly, in the org chart, they're buried 5 layers down, I think it is. But to have that and conversation going on so we can be more responsive, or NTMC can be more responsive to the needs, versus only reporting to staff or only reporting to the board.
There's never been any confusion from staff, and it's happening now. It's happening now. The general manager is reporting to, providing a report to the board.
I'm hearing people get wrapped around the axle of report to one or the other, and to Dean's point or comment, he's he mentioned, just like Joe. Joe comes and reports to us, but he also works collaboratively with you, Raymond, so I think that's where Dean's
There's a
head
little,
was.
there is a little bit of difference, though, in general counsel reporting to a board.
Sure,
And a
it's got a
contract reporting to a board.
Yeah, so there is a little bit, but the functionality, I think, is where he was going. So from Dean's perspective, that and reporting, it was an immediacy and being able to be more responsive, and being able to tap into that expertise. And if I'm misstating some, because he led me to believe that was the general direction and thought of the board as well, when you guys had these conversations. So I think we've got some progress on that. I think it sounds like, I know Dean would be pleased if he could just get those regular reports and have that communication flow going. I think that would solve a lot of the.
But I do believe to Board Member Watt's position on this, and again, full transparency, whether we like to say the things or not, there has been some friction and lack of communication between the board, which I'm on, and staff, and that needed to improve. And in the last 30 days, it's improved. And I think everybody's intent to, hopefully we can move forward from this discussion very quickly, is to continue to provide the services that we have in place today. I think we didn't put this in as a vote up or down, because I think if the DCTA board's desire is to not take action on the certificate of formation, then you don't necessarily have to take a vote on it. If that's the case, we'll put it on the next agenda. But I'd just like to see if we can get a feel for, do we want to make those changes or do we not? Do you want to approve me coming off the board or not? Because those are things that I think staff and myself, we need to know. We don't want to be caught in between policy decisions and have false expectations on either board. It's not fair to staff or to me.
Can I just make a comment? I'd just like to, on two things. One, I think we really need to clear that there's a difference between reporting to and providing reports to. That's a significant difference. And if the board, the NTMC board, is satisfied with providing reports to, then we don't have a problem. If they're not, that has to be worked out. That's one thing. The other thing is, we've talked about all of the things that we're waiting on the transformation. I would suggest that we wait with making any changes until that point, and where we know what direction we want to go in with the whole concept of NTMC.
It sounds like that's
The general consensus.
And so that the DCTA board is aware, RJ is providing regular reports that do get sent out to the NTMC board. Originally, they were weekly. Dean and RJ communicated directly that biweekly would probably make a little bit more sense. Those reports are fully put together by RJ. It is quite often that we'll be working on something and I'll say to him, hey, you should probably add that to the report. That would be a great update. But as far as like input from DCTA, I mean, it's minimal other than saying this would be something great to showcase. So, you know, the NTMC board is receiving routine reports directly from RJ.
And because NTMC still must comply with Open Meetings Act, instead of having him send it out to the board members, we have Brandy, who sends out the report to all of the board members to ensure that we're following Open Meetings Act policies.
And then just one point of clarification. I do recall at the NTMC board meeting when we approved the contract to Hendrickson, we had been asked what the previous GM's salary had been. I think that's where the comment that this contract is twice as much as what we were previously paying that GM. With salary and benefits for the previous position, it was budgeted about $120,000. This contract, if annualized, would be about $170,000, so it's about 40% more. So just as a point of clarification, I do specifically
I
recall,
appreciate data-driven, so
Yes.
thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
And one additional point to that, Marissa, the contract with First Transit, there was a general manager and a assistant general manager, and it was around 220.
I think it was closer to 250, 260.
250, 260.
And understand, Dean unfortunately couldn't make it today. He had an emergency come up, so I'm getting this kind of as, through a couple layers of filters plus a mask. So,
And I would like to add too, part of the value of having a contract with RJ and Hendrickson Transportation Group versus having an on-staff NTMC GM is that we get the support of the HTG, Hendrickson Transportation Group, and the CEO president. So he's here, he provides support to RJ, and I know helps him with some things. So in addition to RJ and our contract with him, there's also a level of support that comes from it being with a company where when we had a general manager that was a direct NTMC employee, it was only that person. We didn't get mind share from anybody else because it was just her. So just to clarify that.
Mayor?
Yeah, so question on the general manager. I want to make sure that, so what I'm understanding is you still want direction. Is this board wanting to take some type of action on the proposed modifications to the bylaws and so forth that the NTMC? The general manager, because I'm still hearing a little confusion or gray area, because if, I'm not saying that this would happen, but anything can happen. So if the general manager, because it puts the general manager, whether it's this contracted general manager or someone that the NTMC hires, if something is happening at the DCTA level that is concerning, that there's problems with the bus operations, they're trying to communicate that to DCTA staff, and there's an issue with somehow it's not getting resolved. And I'm not saying that's happening now, I'm just saying that can happen. What org chart or what pathway does that general manager have to move to a different level of discussion? In other words, if the general manager was just reporting to DCTA, then if somehow I've been on boards where people have come directly to board members saying, you got a problem. So does that mean that the general manager today has the opportunity and to give the NTMC board kind of an idea of what kind of direction? One of the last agenda items is give them direction. That if the general manager has some issues, are we saying that he should not or she should not communicate that to the NTMC board? Or what's the pathway? If it's just a report, a written report, I think we're getting stuck on the word report because we all have a different meaning of what that means. I think we need to really identify for the NTMC and quite frankly for the general manager as well.
Well, for all of us.
Yes.
Yes.
What do we really anticipate and expect or desire on that? Because that's where
Thank
we
you for
really
that.
got
I appreciate you asking that question. Today we had Paula Richardson, who's an employee of NTMC, address the board. We're a public entity. Everybody, including contractors, have the right, the full transparency to discuss anything, to reach out. You're going to hear from me right now. I don't have an issue. If you want to call Christina, Nicole, that's the right of the board as a public servant. I'm not going to. We can't anyway. The way we're structured is you always have the right to communicate to somebody, a board member, whoever the case may be. I want to use some real tangible examples. So UNT has an interlocal agreement with DCTA. In the case of an emergency, they can reach out. There's a contract that's written between the two entities, DCTA and UNT. We were provided direction from board member Gilmore that in the event of something happening in the middle of the night, or it could be in the middle of the day, that he should not be the one to be reached out to, that he would expect somebody within staff to handle that, but you would want to be informed if something were going wrong. And we have an entire policy around how we escalate information and communication that's happening in real time. There's a policy that we'll share with both boards on how information is to be communicated. And if there's a flood or there's an incident, you know that I've reached out directly to you. So there is a process that's in place, and I use that because I believe it's analogous to the situation where if something is happening, minutes can matter a lot. And I don't think we want the general manager to be confused that he has to, because there's a reporting tree, and I've been under a lot of pressure in my past that by the time I finish making my last phone call, I've got new phone calls coming in, and it's a daisy chain. And so in this case, I think it's really important who the general manager reports to on day-to-day operational issues, and I think it should come through the day-to-day operational people that are there, because we provide support 24/7. So my opinion and advice would be to leave the process the way it is with the general manager reporting to the staff and the entire board, because the chair really has no more authority. Sorry, board.
We don't.
But they're there to help govern the process of the board and orchestrate the board discussions, but I don't think in a public, at least in my mind, in a public setting, her position is in any high, from a hierarchical perspective, doesn't have any more importance than the rest of the board members. So I personally believe that what we should do is use the same reporting structure that exists in almost every other case and exists for our rail side, is that contractually he reports to through and to DCTA through my office, because you've appointed me to do that.
So and I appreciate that, and some of the examples you gave were sort of emergency situations, and that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to if in the process of trying to improve operations and those kinds of things, that there seems to be a roadblock, or there seems to be a difference of opinion between the general manager and DCTA staff, and there's a concern for that. I mean, I really just want to ask, and I'm not going to do it. Yeah,
No,
I'm
please
going to
do.
ask the general manager. I mean, if you feel comfortable, because if I'm putting myself in the shoes of the NTMC, what I'm hearing is we're making some policy. We have some policy we're responsible for. We're for operations, I guess. But yet, if we're here for operations and running this operations, but the person who's responsible for the day-to-day running of those operations does not have some type of policy in place that says, if there's an issue with what's happening and I'm not getting any help at the DCTA level, because now the board becomes responsible with really no power to understand what are the day-to-day problems and then what are the concerns if somehow they're not getting addressed at DCTA. I'm not saying that's happening now, and I want y'all to hear that, but also I know that I've been in organizations where we didn't know something was happening until people started quitting, and then we knew that the CEO that we thought we had was like a 180 from who we thought really was. So that's really what I want to make sure, is that the general manager and plus the NTMC board feels comfortable that they're not sort of flying partially blind on some of the day-to-day operations.
And I'm glad you pointed that out. Let me just give you a prime example. One is the friendly protests that were occurring this last a month ago or whatever, a few weeks ago. There was some. The general manager has to have some flexibility on making some critical decisions. It's affecting bus service. It may affect employees. It may affect the service or whatnot. So there's a safety and security authority with that I would have the flexibility to bring the involvement of DCTA if necessary. If I have enough time, I'll be doing it, or I'll let them know I'm having to do this for these reasons. If the choice is to come down to close down DCTA, for instance, or close it down for a time, because a protest may happen at a certain other time, then those are the type of authority decisions that the GM needs to have, okay? Now, there are other times that we can have a cooperative, we have time to discuss, and that may affect the DCTA side. Let's say it's a financial aspect, and I need direction, okay, on how to deal with certain things, then I will do that. The trick here is not who I report to, and because quite frankly, I have to report to DCTA irregardless, just by federal standards, because they are the direct recipient of the funds, okay? So I have I have to report to DCTA from that standpoint, for that reason, but providing reports or providing, you know, I'm used to doing a whole lot more than what we're doing right here, or what I'm asked to do. And I'd like to offer more assistance in different ways, and getting more involved in other aspects, in your purchasing, in your procurement, your capital improvement programs, your services and things like that. I know those are not in the contract. The union negotiations and things like that, I've done 4 of them in the past, or helped assist. And you're gonna need assistance in that regard. Somebody that has that expertise, somebody that knows what the issues are currently, and how do you get a good system to where everybody's happy. You're gonna need somebody like that. But me reporting to, I can report to whoever you want. But I will have to report to DCTA, regardless for the federal requirement, as a direct recipient. What helps me is, you know, I like to, let's say, report to Christina. I need somebody to give me some direction, and let's go, okay? And at the same time, once I get that direction, let me carry it through. I know in the past, when you didn't have a general manager or there's more involvement within DCTA staff, and I respect that and I understand it. But as your interim general manager, I prefer let me carry it out with the staff. I don't need other people interfering with the staff and causing maybe a confusion, okay? That's the only thing that I ask. If I have to report to Christina, whoever, that's fine. Nicole, that would be great for me. I need the resources of CTA, DCTA, to be able to help with the rest of as resources.
I guess the question is, when there was the reduction of force at NTMC, when I think there was a reduction of force recently, was there not?
Yes.
Was that, I know it was communicated to us, I mean, I think after the fact, it wasn't really, we weren't told that's going to happen. Was the NTMC board consulted on that, or were they made aware of that before that happened, or what was their involvement in that, if any?
Yeah, I think that it depends on, I don't know why we're getting so much feedback.
You need to move it closer to your speaker.
So this goes back to, I believe, what Board Member Burke was mentioning before, policy decisions. So I think we're getting confused about, is this a separate independent entity that's responsible contractually? We pay them, and they're responsible for delivering service. In my mind, I don't know of too many contracts where this independent entity, whether it be an LGC or First Transit or whoever, decides how many routes, the frequency, all those are policy decisions that should, in my opinion, be on this board to make, because it's your customers. Just like we've been having conversations about, we don't know whether hourly service would be right. I don't know that you want to give that responsibility to another board.
To me, that's different. That's different. I mean, when the city of Denton has if they were to have a reduction in force or a voluntary separation program during this pandemic, we will know about, we just know about it. It doesn't mean we're necessarily creating the policy. It doesn't mean that we're necessarily creating. And so I guess what I want to ask is, to the NTMC, is that provide any clarity what we've talked about as far as the general manager and you guys wanting just written reports, or is there something else you're wanting? Or based upon the conversation we've had, do you have any guidance as to how that looks now? Is there any more clarity?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Because I wanted to ask John, so there's a couple of things before we get to that, if you don't mind. Because I wanted to finish the statement about the staffing discussion, because it's really important. So by policy, if we decide, and I did inform the DCTA board of this, that we needed to go, due to pandemic, on at least 2 occasions over 2 months, I said, we need to have a reduction in the amount of service because the amount of ridership doesn't warrant that. We're trying to protect our revenue sources. We didn't know what sales tax we're going to do. And I believe I received very clear direction from the board that, yes, we need to reduce services. Everybody understood why we were doing it. That decision by this board necessitates a reduction in staff. And so we first have to get direction and buy-in from the board that a reduction in the amount of service that we're providing is going to be necessitated. Then Nicole and staff work with RJ to determine, and it's not looking at an individual, it's looking at the number of hours of service and the number of like specific work assignments are going to be needed. That dictates how many staff members are going to be needed. So I think the challenge is, it's not that we didn't necessarily inform, we being DCTA didn't inform NTMC so they can make a decision on who is going to be impacted. It really is it's a byproduct of the decision that, yes, we need to reduce the amount of service we have on the street until we get beyond COVID. So that was one issue. The other thing I wanted to do was just ask John, because I think you asked a question and RJ answered it, but I saw another piece of this, which is, are you comfortable? I would like to ask, what is the standard? Because DCTA is not the only entity, obviously, that you've worked with. When you ask the question, are you comfortable, how would you, I'd like to hear from you if you don't mind, to help inform the board about, both boards, about what would be the most appropriate way to move forward, in your opinion.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? Let me see here. Okay, test, okay. And we work with a lot of different systems across the country like this. And so it depends on how the boards are set up. And so the way that y'all are set up, you have an interlocal agreement that kind of dictates what each board, or what the agreement is between the boards. For us, you know, one thing that I encourage RJ to do and all of the other general managers that I work with is to be transparent. Be transparent, open with the board that they're working with. But ultimately, as DCTA is the direct recipient of federal funds, DCTA has ultimate authority over the operation. And so they're responsible for it. And so everything is lower tiered. So NTMC board, as the lower tiered board, as far as the federal government looks at it, they are, you know, responsible for the operational side, but ultimately DCTA board has that full authority and control. And so there has to be, I think, really with your interlocal agreement, that's where I think a lot of this needs to be defined as you move forward as to what the responsibility is of the NTMC board and the reporting structure and how that works. Over the last couple of months, we have been trying to work through all of the challenges that were presented to us because there was a lot of information that was given to us up front, and it created a few challenges for us to try to disseminate and make sure that we were keeping everybody informed. And then we had the COVID going on and the reduction in force and all of that kind of stuff. I think the best thing that we can do is, now that we've went through a pandemic as a nation, we've got to have policies and procedures in place as for this board, and then NTMC board needs to have those same policies and procedures in place so that they know what that communication line is and how that's going to work. But ultimately, the NTMC board, the way that I see it and the way that I've seen it work throughout the country is DCTA sets a budget, sets policy procedure, and then the NTMC board will then follow up and orchestrate those policies and procedures into the operation and making sure that they're meeting the budget and the budget requirements. And I hope that I'm trying to answer the question the way that you asked it, Mr. Suarez, but I don't know that throughout the country, the standard is not to have, control given away. Legally, DCTA board, you as board members, cannot give control away to another government entity because ultimately you're responsible to the FTA and to the feds for everything that they're, that is within the Trino review and all that stuff. So when they come in and do a Trino review, they're going to come in and review DCTA's Trino review, or they're going to come in and do a Trino review on DCTA. They're not going to do it on NTMC, okay? They're going to look to make sure that DCTA has oversight of everything that NTMC is doing, because they're going to look at it as a subcontractor relationship. Even though it's a government entity, they're going to look at it as a subcontractor relationship. So they're going to look at maintenance. They're going to look at, right now there's 18 different categories that they're going to look at, but basically the main categories is ADA, maintenance, financials, and safety, and then what they call continuing control. And so they're going to look to make sure that you as DCTA board members have continuing control over the operation at NTMC. I think the question is reporting. As far as with the RIF, DCTA board members have the authority to set policy and procedure for what the budget is, what the projections are as far as tax revenues and all of that kind of stuff. Once that happens, then that direction should be given to the NTMC board to say, okay, here's what we're going to have to do. In an emergency situation, though, that may not happen that way. It may be that you just, you're going to have to make quick reductions, and once you make those quick reductions, you have to just go and make the, the RIF happen.
Is that what happened? I mean,
and I think
that
that
emergency, and this is a very simple question, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse.
Yes, sir.
I think part of it is, as I sit here and listen to this notion that somehow we've got these separate entities to meet some kind of a legal standard almost becomes even more fuzzy. Mm-hmm. It becomes even more just cloudy.
Yes, sir.
But I understand that if you're in a safety situation, a
Yes, sir.
bridge is blown out, a train is derailed, it's hit somebody,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think you pick up the phone and say, we're going to have a reduction in force, and within 30 minutes that happens. And if they're supposed to be, we're not saying they have the authority to do it, but I think what you just said is it's up to them to sort of operationally put that in place. So that's really, I really don't see us having much. That's why I asked them, did they have any more clarity on what they are supposed to be doing and performing? Because the more I listen, the more I hear that, well, y'all are there sort of as a legal entity to make some decisions that we tell you to make, and that you really don't have much authority other than that. And if I am wrong, I sure want somebody to tell me where that's not right, because we're here talking today because they did make some decisions that this board doesn't agree with, or we haven't stated whether we agree with it or not, but that's why we're here. So I don't know if I have any more clarity in my own mind. Now, they may have clarity, but I don't have any more clarity on how it meshes in with this. I mean, look, we just have to admit that this thing being set up the way it was a huge, colossal kind of misstep, and we're just trying to get ourselves to a point where we can deal with it, because we don't want to get rid of it, from what I'm hearing, at least from our president, because we may need it later on. But we really got to figure out, before I'm going to feel comfortable putting any more responsibility on the NTMC as far as contracts and all that, we've got to figure this out, because I don't want to have too many more of these conversations, because I don't know if they're really being that productive in the sense of really I mean, I think Richard said it best. He said, look, I thought bus routes were operations. Well, now I'm hearing their policy. So are we able to give them, here is what you have responsibility over, which you don't have any full autonomous responsibility over. I mean, sounds like most everything comes through DCTA, so that they'll at least have an understanding of, oh, okay, well, we can do that, or we can't do that. And I know I sound a little hostile, but I think it's because I'm trying to understand from even just a DCTA board member's perspective, how do we continue to communicate what their purpose is? Because we've created, in my mind, it's not true, Joe, it's not true, I understand that, but in my mind, it's like a legal fiction. We've created this board legally but yet in the end, it's, so that's a hard place
I can
for
certainly
those members to be.
understand that opinion. I do believe
Yeah.
that the NTMC board has responsibilities for managing the workforce, has responsibility to working with the ATU as a separate entity, because that ATU agreement is with NTMC, not with DCTA. So while you'll have operators asking for certain things, ultimately NTMC is responsible for and even in the negotiations with the ATU, it's going to be the NTMC that does the negotiations. Again, it has to be a partnership. John actually said something where I think it will be helpful over the course of the next several months, is to revisit the interlocal agreement. Again, think about what we're doing. If when we bring in the transformation consultant, this board, through city managers and through this board, have said, we want to evaluate all of our routes. We want to understand microtransit. We want to come with a new path forward. That is board policy, this board's policy. Once the decision from the consultants come in, because this is not the first time it's been done, it happens this way across America. The consultants say, we recommend this frequency, this type of service, these types of vehicles. It's not dictating how many people, how they cut the runs, all those different things, but it's saying, this is the frequency, this is the type of service, and then we will make decisions around mobility as a service. We'll contract, we'll do whatever we need to provide those services. So those are, in my opinion, very much DCTA's responsibilities for assessing that, to work with you and to decide what does the service look like. So when you go back to your cities, you can say, yes, we're all in agreement, lock arms. Once those decisions are made about routes, of the frequency, everything that we've been talking about over the last several months, then we hand this over to NTMC board, through the general manager. They go off and they execute that plan. And that's the way, in my opinion, it's supposed to work and should work. And then our responsibilities for oversight, as John mentioned, with FTA, and they hold you, therefore they hold me responsible for ensuring that the contractor, whether it's NTMC or private company, actually abides by all the federal standards, the 18 or 20 some odd different boxes they need to check.
John?
Well, I was just going to, and I maybe didn't state it very well, but like the planning function, if you look under the interlocal agreement, falls under DCTA. So all the planning, so with this pandemic that was going on, the planning and the budget side of it, that falls under DCTA. So DCTA is going to be responsible for giving NTMC what we're supposed to do. And then at that point, then we implement what is given to us. And so the route reductions and the RIF and all that stuff is a result of that planning function. And that's one of the things that, as a direct recipient, you are responsible for.
Okay, Richard?
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
This has been helpful. We have a job description. It's in the interlocal agreement. And so I was sitting here going, what is my job description with clarity? And it's under scope of services, Article 3, and it says NTMC shall provide mobility services. And then that's a defined term, and it has 13 specific things. And it is far broader than I think I perceive y'all wanting us to do. So the idea of revisiting the interlocal agreement is an excellent idea. But it says here, number one is it says our services include, but not limited to, fixed route bus services, commuter bus services, mobility as a servicer, demand response, customer service call center, fleet and facility maintenance, data collection, human resources management, all kinds of stuff, which to me sounds like, if it's a route, that's operational, is how I'm reading this document. Now, maybe that wasn't the intention, because it seems peculiar to me that I have to hire the general manager, but then y'all tell him everything to do. That's a disconnect in my brain. So that's, I think, maybe causing the problem. And even though maybe it was just a misunderstanding of our role, but when I read the ILA, and I think about just normal, as a lawyer, how contracts and what the words mean and that the direction, that's very different than the way it's really operating. So Reduction in force, to staff's credit, they kept us advised that there was a problem and that they were going to have to take some action. I personally see that as a management decision. I don't think that took a board approval. Maybe it should have. But I felt very comfortable with the way management was handling that. So those are
I'd just
my
like to
thoughts.
make one comment
Oh.
about something you just said.
Yes.
You mentioned feeling strange about hiring somebody, but then somebody else tells them what to do. I've worked a lot on contract, and that's absolutely the way contracts, the contract company hires me, but I take all of my direction from the customer, from the person who's actually paying for the work. So that's a very standard contract type operation. I don't know if that helps you any, but.
Well, the other thought I wrote down here, the reporting to versus providing reports, I really see that as the distinction without a difference when we're hiring and signing the contract. You have to have both of those components. That's why I said earlier, those are not mutually exclusive. So somehow who's ever going to be in charge needs to be in charge and write the ILA to accomplish the objective that needs to be. And I think by looking at the ILA, that'll help the DCTA board better understand what role you would like for us to serve in.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that's DCTA's job. And I think because when that was originally done, we actually had DCTA members on the board. So there was not that disconnect because we were sitting on both boards. But to be fair to our current NTMC board, we absolutely do need to revisit that. Thank you, Richard, for bringing that up. Any other comments from NTMC? I don't know if Sarah's still on or anyone else, or
She is still on.
does she have any comments or?
Sarah, do you have any comments to add?
TJ, do you have Mayor Hooper on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
No, not really. I will tell you that I'm not any more clear than I was when I started this. Now we're going on 3 hours. And that I think it was clear, I think it was Richard that talked about the actual job duties that are much broader than kind of think what are being expected, which, I'm fine with whatever is decided. I just think clarity is important, communication is important, and collaboration is important. Those are the 3 things. I think we all want DCTA to be successful. And to do that, there has to be, we have to have those 3 things. And it has to be an effort that we all agree on. And I do want to say that I don't think, I personally, when we talk about the board as a whole, the question of some, I guess, some disrespectfulness or whatever the case may be, but that is not something that I have participated in, nor would I. And, I think those are the kinds of things that if that kind of information or the staff feel like they've been mistreated, it would be helpful to have it right there so it can be addressed and not have to be later addressed through a report to the DCTA board that they felt, they were upset. Because that is not, they've done a great job of providing information. They've worked hard. I've always received the information that I needed. Randy has particularly been helpful. And so we got to have that good communication and collaboration. And I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Thank you, Connie, and I do like that, the 3 Cs. And I think certainly that's the goal of DCTA and apparently NTMC, so thank you for that. And we will do a better job on the DCTA board of helping things to be more clear for NTMC. I think instead of, I don't mean to simplify it, but I guess I'm just asking for a pause until DCTA has the opportunity to get together and have that discussion. But certainly, any other comments from the board?
I can add it.
Yes,
comment.
Cesar.
I think, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the board should consider giving the direction, DCTA board could consider giving this direction to the NTMC board. The first would be put a pause on any modification to bylaws, formation, any of that. And then the second would be the DCTA board directs our staff to rewrite the ILA so that it matches what they wanted, what they want NTMC to do. And then bring that back to this board for us to review it. If everybody's okay, we then we have another joint meeting with NTMC. And we communicate it so that everybody's understands it clear. That's what would be my suggestion.
Okay, all right, I see a bunch of nods. So, okay. Any other questions, comments? So, those on the NTMC board, thank y'all so much. Richard, is there you or Don, anything else that y'all want to? Okay, Richard, will you bring a couple of bottles of wine at the next meeting? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Sarah.
very
Wait,
much.
before you
Thank
leave,
you.
Sarah.
Oh, one moment.
Joe, I think we need Richard to close out
we need
the
to close
meeting.
our meeting.
So we'll need you to call for a motion to close the meeting, to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Okay. If there's, you have a motion by Sarah, second by Don, to adjourn the meeting. If there's no objection, the meeting will be adjourned.
Thank you again
At
Thank you.
12:54.
to the NTMC board. Thank y'all so
Sarah,
much
so
for
much
being
for
here.
your input.
Oh, thank y'all.
Yes. Okay, and John and RJ, thank y'all so much for being here and sharing y'all's information with us. Thank you so much. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to go into executive session. Is there anything we need to do before that, Christina?
Just so the board members are aware, so you'll go into executive session, your lunch is waiting for you. There is an assigned seat, much like what you had when you came in here, with your lunch order and drink at that spot. For Connie and Tom, Rose has your lunch selections, and she'll bring those to you. And for DCTA staff, she's got yours. I think that's
Okay, so let me go ahead and say the,
Madam Chair, I've got to leave at 1:45 for that appointment I told you.
Yes, sir.
And I'll be back, but I just wanted to.
yes, sir, thank you. I've made some changes, hopefully, to make it work. So the DCTA will convene an executive session as authorized by Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code. The Board of Directors meeting may be convened into closed executive session for the purposes of deliberation regarding real property. And B, is authorized by Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. The board meeting may be convened into closed executive session for deliberation of personnel. And it is 12:56.
Thank you. We're recording.
Okay, so we are reconvening from our executive session, and with executive session A.
All right, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the Chief Executive Officer and any other officer of the authority be authorized to sign on behalf of DCTA the agreement presented to the board this day to purchase Lot 1, Block A, Elm Fork Industrial Park, in addition to the City of Lewisville, Texas, for a purchase price not to exceed $2,300,000, plus all closing and other acquisition costs, including but not limited to relocation costs required by state and federal law, and to sign such other agreements, documents, and any amendments thereto as the Chief Executive Officer, in consultation with the General Counsel, deems reasonable and necessary with respect to the closing of said transaction. I further move that the DCTA's budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020 be amended in the manner recommended this date by the Chief Executive Officer to provide for current funds for the purchase of the above described property.
Okay, is a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Let the record show unanimous vote with the absence of Mayor Watts. Okay, and that takes us to Agenda B of our executive session.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend Raymond Suarez's employment agreement through September 13th, 2023, and increase his severance to 9 months, and authorize you to execute an amendment to that effect.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous, the motion carries. And we are going to take our agenda item under regular agenda number 2, the Corinth Station Concept Planning and Performance Study. Raymond? Christina?
Go ahead, Christina.
Okay, I'm going to welcome Tom Ryden and Dee Leggett with LAN to the front of the room for a presentation. Our team has been working very closely with the city of Corinth to examine the potential of having an A-train station within the city of Corinth. So we will be they're going to run through some of the activities from the concept planning and the performance study. So without further ado.
And let me add, I wanted Christina to kick this one off because her team is the one that's been working on this. And this is a very complex process or project. Keep in mind that positive train control had a lot to do with slowing down the railroad. For the most part, we are a single track operation. We have just about finished PTC, but with the implementation of PTC, we did see a significant reduction in travel time, or actually increase in travel time. It's a better way to say that. And so we had proposed to the federal government that we receive an option that we receive funding to go into phase 2, which was to try to bring back some of the travel time that had increased and through some technical implementations. So we had PTC, we had the concept of Corinth coming in, and then the concern about adding a station, whether it would help or hurt resiliency. And resiliency really has to do with if there is currently with our single track operation, there's a few places along the railroad where you can pass, and they'll go through that. But if there's an operational issue with one of our vehicles, it is very, very difficult for us to make that time back up. The other thing is that we've been asked in the past, why can't we run express trains? And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we just don't have double track, and you really need double track in order to bypass every stop to do those sorts of things. So when we looked at the Corinth station opportunity, we wanted to take into consideration not just the fact that we could stop at Corinth, but what in addition to an infill station would help with our resiliency, and how do we gain back time by adding some double track? Clearly, we're not going to double track the entire system, but is there an opportunity as part of this with Corinth potentially joining in to the system to meet all of the needs? And it is a complex set of analysis. I want to give my thanks to LAN and LTK. They're experts at this sort of stuff. They're used by a lot of transit agencies to model different approaches, and we went through literally 16 different iterations, maybe more, to determine what the optimal solution would be, and to try to take advantage of the fact that we have PTC dollars that could help in this project, that double tracking, what's the timing of these, and to not look at them as separate projects. So I'm going to hand it over to Tom and just say thank you, Tom, publicly for all the work that you guys have done to try to walk us through this in about 20 to 30 minutes. We are pressed for time, so I would hope that we could hold some of the questions to the end, and if you could just power us through, I'd appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Raymond, thank you very much. And I hope you can hear me okay. As Adam puts the first slide of our presentation up, I just want to say that that's a great summary of the challenge that we had. And So what we want to do, you've been given a lot of information in advance, and our job today is to really help you and give you a summary of all that information and answer any questions you might have. I do want to say that, as we work our way through this very challenging time in terms of public health, I like to celebrate the small wins. And my small win is that this is the first time in 3.5 months I've had the opportunity to make a presentation in 3-dimensional space. Okay? And I was also a little worried about, I respect the masks, and it's important for us to use them. I'm happy to talk without it because I thought it might also act as my own mute button. So anyway, it's good to be back in 3 dimensions. If you could bring the first slide up, please. Basically, I'll give some introductions, but after that, then I'm going to talk about the purpose of the study, the areas that we looked at in terms of location, potential, possibilities, and also say some things about the recommended station location and the concept design that we developed. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dee Leggett to talk about the very important aspect of this, which was the operations analysis. As Raymond said, with a single track railroad, you've got to be very careful when you start adding another station, and it'll be clear why that's important when you see the rest of the information. I'll come back and then talk about the order of magnitude capital cost estimate that's been developed, and also an implementation schedule that we put together, and just summarize kind of what we see as next steps. So on the next slide, this is just a picture of me totally unmasked. And I've been at this a while, but it's interesting because what's exciting to me about the transit industry is I learn new things all the time, and it just keeps me excited to stay in the game. I've been supporting DCTA for the last year, actually the last 2 years, and for the last year been the project manager for the on-call engineering services contract that we were awarded as LAN, which LTK is also a team member. And prior to that, I spent a lot of time working for a number of different transit agencies around the country. I've worked on commuter rail, light rail, people movers, and high-speed rail, and I've been enjoying it very much. I also spent 14 years with Dallas Area Rapid Transit. I was there from '88 to 2002. I really developed a passion for transit during that time. Also had a chance to meet Raymond during that time. And it was just an experience that in working with all of our clients and the service that was being provided, it just became, again, a passion of mine. Now, for the next slide, I want to just give you a summary of Bill Leppert. Bill is with LTK. He's the vice president. He had to get back to the airport to catch his flight, and his condolences about that because he wanted to be able to be here to present. But we have a very able individual to step in his place with Dee. But Bill's got almost 40 years experience in this. He led the operations analysis. And again, he's done this not only for DCTA for a long time, but he's also done it for a number of other agencies around the country, and very well versed in operations, simulation, and the like. So the next slide, this is just an outline of what we were asked to do. And we were asked to consider what would it mean to add a new station for the A train in the city of Corinth. We were asked to work with the city to really finalize a location that interfaces with both current and future development that's going on, and recommend a location and a concept design that best supports DCTA operations and minimizes cost. And I'll talk later about the order of magnitude estimate that we did and the implementation schedule that we developed for the project to get it built. The next slide is a map, an aerial map that shows 3 locations that we took a look at. We wanted to kind of take a step back and and really see, well, what were some of the possibilities and what was some of the rationale for some different locations. This is not the first time that a Corinth station has been looked at by DCTA over the years. And what we did, we started the far north with a station that was almost proximate to the north central, the NCTC campus, and would provide good access, walkability and the like for that kind of an establishment. We then looked a little farther south, but north of Corinth Parkway, at a location that really is adjacent to what is now a fairly undeveloped property. But we knew there was a huge project that was being considered by the city of Corinth to develop that property. You'll see more about that development in a minute. The third location we looked at was south of Corinth Parkway. And again, it's more adjacent to the City of Corinth City Hall and some other residential development. And there were a whole host of reasons why some of these work better than others. But on the next slide, what we did was we said that what makes the most sense is to really take advantage of this proposed development. And what you see here is in concept what that development could look like a number of years in the future. It's mixed use, it's got retail, it's got residential, it's got a wonderful open event space, and it's a real opportunity to provide transit in this area. And so we just felt like we wanted to see what we could do to make a location at that place work. So that was the decision in terms of the general location. Then on the next slide, we did a lot of work to understand, well, where can you put this platform, okay? And we looked at different platform arrangements. We were also dealing with the fact that even though from 5,000 feet, the track looks, even, simple, straight, whatever, it really isn't. There are issues with, vertical elevation and horizontal elevation. They're important in terms of locating an actual platform for a station. And so what we did was we worked back and forth and found a location that was as close to Corinth Parkway as we could make it without violating ADA standards for accessibility to and from the platform. It's on a slight tangent, but it's within tolerance, and it's on a slight vertical elevation, but again, it's within tolerance. But it was important to push the location as close to Corinth Parkway as we could. We also settled on what's called a side platform station, okay, where you have the trains in the middle and two platforms, one on the west and one on the east. And there are advantages to that with regard to the development and construction. On the next slide, this is in concept how we ended up in terms of its proximity, the station that is, its proximity, with regard to the development itself. So you see the station platforms, you see a bus bay areas on a new street that would parallel the eastern track. The existing bike paths in this area would have to be relocated, but that's really not going to be an issue as we see it. It can be done. And then we also show in concept a kind of a plaza that links the west and east sides of the development. And a lot of those details are still to be developed and worked out with the developer, as well as the various cost elements where the station and the development intersect. But we presented that to the City Council last fall. They were supportive of that idea, and so we did then continue our work. And on the next slide, just by way of introduction, for D to then come up, is that, as Raymond said, the operations analysis was very critical to this. Adding a station can have impacts on operations for the train system. And so we had to look very carefully, and D is going to talk about the analysis that was done and the results.
Yeah, Raymond set it up pretty well in terms of what LTK's role was in this and the challenge of simulating a single-track railroad and adding in an infill station. And, without really impacting existing operations. So we wanted to make sure we weren't adding time to the customer. We also weren't detracting from the system reliability. Next slide. So in doing that, we had kind of guiding principles that really led us through the series of iterations. As Raymond said, about 16. Those were the ones that we showed him. There's probably a dozen others that never made it to the client. But it was really some guiding principles about, system reliability. We wanted to make sure that we were maintaining on-time performance, that we were adding a station in a manner that didn't disrupt daily operations or didn't disrupt the through passenger trip. And then we wanted to make sure that we were maintaining, to the extent possible, the frequency and intervals that currently are experienced on the A train. Next slide. So in doing that, the new station, we determined that the new station could be added and maintained with the ability to operate the A train really as it was. But in doing that, it did impact travel on the northbound by a little over 1 minute. Didn't have much of an impact on southbound travel, but did impact the stability of the system. Were there an accident, then we would have more cyclical delays because of that, that instability. So that kind of defeated where we were on our guiding principles in terms of what we wanted to accomplish with the simulations. So then we performed an additional analysis that looked at what does the performance look like with the civil speed code improvements that Raymond and Tom touched on, and then what does the performance of the system look like if we add some additional track sections? Do we improve both from a time and interval perspective and a system reliability perspective? Next slide. So this just shows you some of the iterations that we went through. The first section is today and shows you where those passing sidings are. We're largely a single track railroad. We do have some passing sidings. And then you see the red lines in the future iterations, which show where we evaluated adding some additional sidings. Next slide. And for board members, these are also available starting on pages 72 of your packet.
Thank you. Next slide. Just getting some more iterations. One of the constraints on the A train alignment is the location of the Louisville Lake Bridge. So in addition to having a single track railroad, we try to avoid adding another section of track over the bridge. That would definitely increase our rough order of magnitude costs. So you start seeing the different evaluations we did of where we could add a single track, add some additional double track to increase the performance and also mitigate any travel time additions that were added with the current station. Next slide. Again, just more. So this gets you to our recommended scenarios. And you can see with both the 25-minute interval and the 35-minute interval, that two-mile section of double track largely falls right about where the current station is. And that really is a coincidence. It just worked out perfectly because we could get it just north of the lake, allowing us not to have to double track across the lake, and then accommodate the current station. And you see the northbound and southbound travel times for both the 30-minute and the 25-minute intervals. Next slide. So what do all those scenarios mean? So existing condition without current baseline of A-train operations, it takes 1 hour and 24 minutes. That's with the adjustments that we had to make to accommodate for positive train control. If we do the civil speed improvements, we have about a 4-minute savings in terms of total travel time. So then we start looking at
That's a round trip.
Yes.
A round trip.
Right. You see it broken out by both northbound and southbound time. So total round trip is 1 hour and 20 minutes. So you save 4 minutes on your total travel time. Now, if you look at, all right, what does that look like with a 25-minute interval? You're saving a little bit more
with the civil speed times, you're actually saving 11 minutes and 43 seconds on your total travel time. So that's those are really our two new baselines, right? So you've got 30-minute at an hour and 20 minutes, and then you've got 25-minute intervals at an hour and 13 minutes. That's our new baseline with the civil speed improvements that we believe we can make. Next slide. So then, taking your new baseline, what does it mean when you introduce the new infill station? We're looking at, on a 35-minute interval, you're looking at, and the addition of the double track, you're looking at an hour and 12 minutes. So actually, with the addition of that double track, you're actually reducing your travel time because you're adding resiliency back into the system that you don't currently have today. So you're actually, if you take that 8 minutes, combine that with the 4 minutes you already got with your new baseline, you're actually adding 12 minutes back in to the system. The 25 minutes, you get less advantage with the addition of the double track, but overall, with the new baseline, you're largely at a similar 12-minute savings over time. So 30 minutes and 25 minutes with the addition of Corinth, with the addition of the double track that puts back in that greater level of resiliency, you're able to offer a greater travel time savings for all of your customers. Next slide. This shows a string line. This is what our simulations look like. This takes into account a day's operation and where the trains are passing along the alignment. Obviously, you want them passing where they're supposed to pass on a single-track railroad. And so this is called a string line. And so you'll see where the trains cross and then the different intervals in the system. Next slide.
Before you move from there, Dee, it's important. I like this slide because it demonstrates the few opportunities where a vehicle literally has an opportunity to pass. So every time you see it cross, that's where there's a siding, which basically allows one train to get past another one. So there's one at Med Park, there's another at Highland Village, like Louisville Station, and then Hebron. So if you get behind or you're thinking about speeding up one of the trains versus the other, they can't be on the track at the same time, so they have to wait.
Well, they can, but...
Well, it's probably not advised,
Not
right?
ideal.
That's where PTC comes in.
Not the safest scenario.
So the other thing, we added some slides based on or some information in the packet, because there was a discussion last week around 20-minute headways. And I want to be clear, we provided the information. We actually provided the schedule from when we opened. And it wasn't 20 minutes. We said marketing-wise, it's around 20 minutes. But it was, in reality, it was about 26 minutes, 26-minute headways. But this is the reason, because you can only fit so many trains on the track at the same time with a single track operation. You can only pass so many places. And so I think that's been the challenge, and why I wanted to pause here. When we talk about express trains, you can't express a train if you have another vehicle coming in the opposite direction, because they're going to have to pull over and they're going to have to wait. And so until we get a full double track, or at least a significant portion of the railroad double track, express trains really just are not an option. But I wanted to provide some clarification, because I know we've said 20 minutes in the past. I think the best they were able to ever model was around 22, 23. But operationally, it was about 26 minutes between each train. Please continue.
Next slide. Back to you.
Thank you, Dee. I just found that operations analysis that was being done fascinating. We were waiting always for the next analysis to see, well, okay, what is this going to tell us? Kind of reminded me of that Forrest Gump movie when he says, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And we worked with Raymond and Christina and staff to really get this to a point where we're all tasting a piece of chocolate we liked. Okay, so we're pleased with where this is at. I think it's a good framework and gives very good results. The last two things that I want to talk about, one is the order of magnitude capital cost estimate that we did develop, we LAN. This is a lot of detail here on this chart. I won't go through all the numbers, but I just want to highlight that this is a planning level estimate, okay? We really haven't done a lot of design. We did take a hard look at, where the station platform should go and how that will interface with the existing track and adding a second track. It was also helpful with the results of the operations analysis to understand, all right, how many hundreds of feet of extra double track are needed to make this work, and we came to, a little over 2 miles, okay, of that to make all this happen. So we have a rough estimate here. The construction subtotal is just under 30 million, which includes, of course, the station and the extra 2 miles of double track. We add to this what we call professional services. There's going to be design work, there's going to be program management work, there's construction management work, so we add a percentage for that. And then we also, because of the status of the estimate and the level of design, which is not much, we add a contingency. So with those factors added in, we've got about a $45 million capital cost in today's dollars. And then I'll talk about the schedule in a minute, but we also inflate that because it needs to be shown in what we call year of expenditure dollars, so you have a true picture, at least as best we can forecast, what that would be when it's all said and done. And so that brings it up to a little over 50, about 52 million. And that's our current working planning level estimate. Let me say a couple things about the schedule, which is the next slide. It's hard to see, but it's about a little over 4 years, the way this has been put together. It includes, design and construction, obviously, and we also include, procurement time. There's 2 things that we did here that we think will save valuable time in putting this together. One is to assume a method of construction where you bring the contractor in before design is finished. Okay, there's a variety of ways to do that, and then, of course, that is your option, but it does show some benefit in terms of getting the designer and the contractor working together, and then that also allows the contractor to do certain kinds of things like excavation, adding the extra track beyond where the station is, while the design is being finished, for the station itself. So you start getting the designer and the contractor working simultaneously. That's one savings. The other savings that we show in this schedule is we do the west and east platforms of the station there's overlap. They're not simultaneous, but there is some overlap in that schedule. And we work it out and take advantage of the fact that, you've got a single track railroad now, but when we do we can do the west platform, and once that's done, then we can move the train over to the new section of track to serve that platform while we build the east platform. So that's where the overlap comes in. And the other issue that, of course, is, some risk is that you've got an operating railroad and you want to keep it in operation the entire time during construction. Now, I'm not here to tell you that this is the ultimate magical schedule. A contractor could look at this and say, hey, I've got a whole bunch of ideas that may make this even better, faster, cheaper, okay? But this is a framework schedule that we did put together in response to the request to do this work. So in conclusion, where we're at on the next slide is simply we have presented the report that you did receive in your packet to the City of Corinth back in March. We'll await their comments as well as any comments you might have. We'll include those comments and provide the final report. So at this point, Bea and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Would the board have any questions? Wow. Okay. An ongoing discussion. Well, thank you, Mr. Ryden. Thank you, Ms. Leggett.
Thank you.
So we have not briefed the Corinth Council because of COVID on this final report. And at this point, we don't anticipate a next step until we have discussions around financing strategies. And I will say that the good thing about this report is it took into consideration the PTC project, and so that we can do these things as efficiently as possible. Now, we have a $5 million project to do some improvements. There's some civil work that we can go ahead and move forward on around track geometry that'll speed up some sections of the railroad. But I think this was a smart way for us to look at it because it minimized the amount of additional double track. And so from a perspective of how much does it cost to do it, it'll really depend on what year we decide to do it. But it's a model that we need to go through with the city of Corinth because if we contemplate or entertain the idea of an infill station, then there's also the contribution that the city of Corinth would make in offsetting some of the operating costs to the existing member cities. And so if you figure it's about $1 million a year, that's $20 million that doesn't exist in our financial plan. So if we could figure out how to get the capital construction done with some participation, regional or even federal participation, I think it helps the overall system resiliency. It helps us improve our on-time performance. It adds a little bit more double track. And then as we start getting into conversations about regional rail, I just think that this really becomes a very interesting project for the board to consider moving forward. Thank you.
I would like to get a little additional data on a couple of points as we move forward through the process is what do we have for anticipated ridership changes by adding Corinth in there? And then I would like to see how we sync up with DART for that, to avoid the people, going to the green line.
Transfer at training mills.
Yeah, so if we can, and I don't know what that's called or how that works, but I'd like to see kind of a schedule of how, okay, if you put Corinth in, this is how we line up on 20-minute headways, and here's how we line up on 15-minute headways.
Okay.
I'm assuming those are the two that DART is.
DART's typically on a 15-minute headway or less. We can't get there unless we're fully double tracked, and even if we're fully double tracked, I think we'd have a hard time getting on 15-minute headways. But absolutely, we can provide kind of how that lines up on a schedule per schedule on a 15 or 25 and 30-minute headway.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Question, Raymond?
Yes.
Why, I guess I'm new to this, but I'm trying to understand why won't Corinne just join the DCTA and not to worry about doing contributions?
I think that's one of the things that
that's an
Corinth
option?
is looking at.
Oh, okay.
I think it's really DCTA board has to look at the board policy and whether the DCTA board would entertain Corinth joining. Typically, they would join as a full member at a half-cent sales tax. It's the same conversations DART's had over the years about.
Right.
I think to the question, though, they've assigned that half cent to something else. They have an EDC. So they would have to dissolve their EDC to allow them to have enough room in their sales tax to add a transit half cent.
Or they'd come up with a half-cent equivalent.
Or they have to come up
obligate.
with a half-cent equivalent.
Yeah.
You raise your
Which is-
property taxes so you generate the same
So
amount.
so there's been discussion about a tours, and of course, that takes a while for those to start generating income. So the conversations that I've had with the city manager and staff is that they're looking through their EDC to how they would come up with the equivalent of a half cent, whether that's obligating their economic development funds that they have, plus their sales tax. So I think there's options that are afforded within our policy. But I think everybody's right now just trying to figure out what is the cost, what's the timing, what's feasible. And then at some point in the future, this board would need to entertain whether that's something that they'd want to do.
Tom?
And Sam can back me up, I guess, or disagree, but I think the city of Corinth is committed that they would pay the half-cent equivalent going forward, assuming that we do get a station. As the TERS develops and we get more development there, obviously that TERS is going to increase the amount of sales tax, which the last time that Marissa had run the numbers, it was about $1 million a year currently, the half-cent equivalent. That's obviously would grow with more development. So, but I think that part had been a hang-up in the past. I believe that the City Council and the Development Corporation have basically said that we will contribute the half-cent, if indeed it was going to be done tomorrow. Sam, I don't know if you've got any more to...
Well, there was a transition plan that we developed to transition it from from having an EDC to being able to contribute the half-cent. And that transition plan occurs over a 5-year period, which, based on the presentations we had previously, is kind of the schedule for the opening of the station. So the operational costs, based on what you're saying, sound like they're pretty consistent with what we anticipate to collect sales tax revenue. And the tricky part's the initial cost.
Right.
Based on, and that has a lot to do with the RTC and, you know.
Well, the RTC, there's also opportunities every year to submit competitive proposals to the feds to potentially pay for some of this. And we have been consistently building, I think, our credibility and awareness of DCTA and the growth in the region. We've had, I think, very good success with the FTA administration, acknowledging what we're doing. So I think there's, the sooner that these kinds of conversations can be had in general agreement, then we can start looking at competitive grants that might be able to help fund the capital costs. So one's the ongoing cost, but so how do you pay for it initially? And I think federal, even a 50-50 federal grant would help make this go a long way, but typically they're 80-20 or 75-25.
I mean, I've been desensitized to those numbers for a couple of years now, so they didn't shock me. But that may take a while for everyone else.
Ain't nothing cheap in transit.
Okay. Well, in order to accommodate the Corinth discussion, we moved that up. So this actually, we're going to go back to our consent agenda. So the minutes are in the packet. Marissa, is there anything noteworthy that you'd like to discuss at this time?
No, I was just going to point out, on the financial statements, there's a couple of the monthly budgets and even year-to-date budgets that look a little bit unusual. Some of them are negatives. Part of that is because of the budget amendments that the board approved last month. A lot of the year-to-date numbers we input into the budget in the month of May, so that's just kind of a true-up. So going forward, it will look more normal, but this 1 month, the monthly budgets look a little bit off. But all of the variance explanations and everything are included in the memo in the packet.
Okay, so our consent agenda items is consider approval of May 27, 2020 minutes and consider approval of the monthly financial statements for May 2020.
Move that be approved.
Second.
And the motion was made by Mr. Burke and seconded by TJ. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. So let me just kind of, everything needs to be out of this building by 6 o'clock. And so our staff, IT people, need some time to get all that done. So I'm trying to go down through our agenda item, being as sensitive as I can to all the issues. There are some items that are time sensitive. So if we look at agenda item 10 through 14, would the board be okay with us moving those items up next?
I certainly would leave it to your discretion, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So, thank you, Mayor. So agenda item number 10, consider award of RFP 20-14 for sales and use tax review services. Marissa?
Yes, ma'am. The memo is on page 191 with our full RFP packet on pages 194 through 224. We did receive a total of 4 proposals in response to our RFP for sales and use tax review. We added in some additional language this time around in the RFP for not only the review and recovery services, but also more assistance in projections and analysis. The award that we are recommending is to HDL companies. They have several employees on staff that used to work at the comptroller's office. And so some of the information that they were able to provide, we felt like could be very valuable. We also asked a short list of proposers for some sample communications that they had shared with clients regarding the recent legislative changes, the Wayfair decision, the proposed comptroller changes, just to kind of get a better feeling of what kind of communications they have with their clients, what sort of economic forecasting services that they could provide, as well as additional analysis of receipts. And for those reasons, we felt that HDL would be able to provide the highest level of services to DCTA, and so staff is recommending approval of RFP 2014 to HDL and authorizing Raymond to approve that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Marissa? Is there a motion? Mayor Watts? Second?
Second?
Sam Burke, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 11, consider approval of Resolution R20-11, appointing a Board of Directors ADA liaison to the Access Appeal Panel. Lindsay, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I will try to be quick. I know with our limited time that we've got. Just here to talk to you about the Access Appeal Policy. This was a policy that was adopted in 2007, and it created the Access Appeal Panel that was required by federal regulations, essentially, to allow for potential customers to appeal an ineligibility determination issued by the agency for whatever reason. Currently, the panel is comprised of 3 members, 2 of whom are appointed by the CEO. Those positions are filled right now. It is a staff member with knowledge of access services, as well as a community member who works with elderly or disabled individuals. The third position is the Board of Directors ADA Liaison, which is currently vacant. It is intended to be a member of the board. And in addition, the ADA Liaison reserves the right to appoint a staff designee as an alternate to serve in his or her place when they are absent. So as a result of recent transitions, as I mentioned, the Board of Directors ADA Liaison and his or her staff designee are currently vacant, and so we would make the recommendation today that you'd make an appointment to the panel and designate Nicole Recker as the staff alternate. So Resolution R20-11 has been prepared for your consideration today. That is on page 285 of your packet. It includes an exhibit, which are the DCTA access policies and procedures. And then we've also drafted a letter to designate the staff alternate if you so choose, and that is on page 337. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Well, I'd like to nominate Cesar Molina. Okay. Second.
This is a transit organization. We throw people under buses. Are you okay with that,
I want
Cesar?
everybody under the bus. Okay. So A motion to appoint Mr. Cesar Molina to Resolution R20-11. I make the I make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Watts, second. All those in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, Cesar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
This agenda item number 12, consider award of web services contract. Nicole?
Thank you. The information can be found starting on page 338 of your packet. This particular item addresses the need for an external consultant who can successfully provide a range of web services on behalf of DCTA. And those are primarily routine security, dealing with PCI compliance, and any hard-fixed web components on the back ends that cannot be managed by our robust content management system that we utilize internally. DCTA has had a third-party contractor to support our digital backend since the inception of DCTA, so this is a pretty standard practice. So we put an RFP out on the street on February 12th of this year, and we did receive 5 proposals in response to the RFP. The terms of the agreement is a 3-year term with the option to renew for 2 one-year terms, with a total not to exceed of $200,000 over the 5-year period, which is $40,000 a year. As you'll see within the Planetaria Media proposal, which is Exhibit 3 on page 368, there is a breakdown of $3,960, which is the total cost for annual maintenance. And we are reserving the remaining $36,040 to make best practice tweaks or hard coding adjustments that need to be made based on those best practices throughout the year. So although we budget $40,000, we typically don't spend the entire amount. It's just that's typically the amount that we would budget to make sure that we can make the back end tweaks that we can't make ourselves. And so at this point, staff recommends that the board award the digital web services in the amount of $200,000 and authorize the CEO to execute a contract with Planetaria Media.
Okay, any questions of Nicole? Okay, is there a motion? I make a
Move to approve.
Okay. Sam made the motion. I'll second. Diane? All those in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you, Nicole. Don't go anywhere because you're next. 13, consider award of Moss Task Order Number 1, Lakeway Zone and Denton Evening Zone.
Sure, so you will find the memo in your packet starting on page 416, and this is a hefty amount of documentation in your board packet, so it goes all the way through page 651. As the board is aware, we do currently operate an on-demand service out of our Hebron station called the Lakeway Zone. That contract currently is with Spare Labs, and that is for the digital platform. That contract expires in September. We also were leveraging on a pilot basis that existing contract to add some on-demand service out of our stations when we made the service modifications due to COVID on March 23rd. The on-demand service that we've been operating out of the DDTC has been extremely successful, but since we launched that on a pilot basis, our existing contract with Spare does not support that additional level of service. So we issued an RFP to our existing MOS providers. So we have 31 contracts currently, we issued that RFP on April 17th to those MOS providers. We had a total of 8 responses, but only 6 of them were valid based on their responsive criteria. So at this time, staff has conducted a review of those proposals and is recommending task order number 1 to be awarded to Spare Labs. And again, this would be the continuation of our Louisville Lakeway on-demand service and continuation of on-demand evening service, hubbing out of the DDTC. And again, this is for the digital platform that allows us to do that. And This task order, and I do want to make a note here that this task order is for a 2-year term, which would start September 14th of this year, with the option to extend for another 2-year term. So the total impact of this is over 4 years, and it's a total of $200,000. So staff recommends that the board approve and authorize the CEO to execute the MOS task order number 1 for the Lakeway Zone and the evening DDTC service to Spare Labs in the amount not to exceed $50,000 per year, which is a total of the $200,000.
Nicole, the item in the agenda says a 2-year term with a 1 term?
Correct. So there is an edit that we found after the board packet was posted. And so the first 2-year term is from September 14th of 2020 through September 30th of 2022. The additional optional 2-year term would be October 1st, 2022 through September 30th of 2024.
And then another point of clarification, our contract gives DCTA the ability to terminate that agreement at any time. right?
Absolutely. All of our contracts have a clause regarding outage.
So if we decided to go out for a MOS contract for on-demand services, we could terminate this contract and convert to that one?
Correct.
Okay, any questions of Nicole?
Do we have any idea on the ridership on the service for either one of those areas, or the average cost per trip?
I could get it for you.
I would love that.
Yeah, this was service that we had started hubbing out of the Hebron zone, then COVID happened. We were seeing some really nice ridership gains on that service over the first year, but we'll have to get back to you on what that looks like now.
I can report that we have seen consistent increase in ridership for the Louisville Lakeway Zone. It took over a portion of Route 21 when we made service
Right.
changes about 1.5 years ago. So we have seen a steady incline in ridership. The nightly on-demand service that we launched March 23rd, we originally launched it out of the DDTC, Med Park, Old Town, and Hebron as a way to accommodate our fixed route service truncating at a certain time, but rail service still operating. And so we just kind of added that last mile connection available to those who were using the fixed route to get to their final destination. So we have scaled back on some of that on-demand service, specifically looking at ridership. So March 23rd, again, we launched that on-demand service at 4 of the 5 stations, because the Highland Village Louisville Lake Station currently has the Highland Village Lift program, which addressed the need. We scaled back May 11th, and took away the service out of the Old Town Station and Med Park because there was 0 ridership, but we kept DDTC and Hebron. And the recommendation with our upcoming service changes in August 24th is to just maintain the DDTC service because that has seen the most usage. But I can definitely follow up with average ridership for the Lakeway Zone as well as the on-demand ridership.
Am I right that this is a separate app from our ticketing app for everything else?
That is correct.
Is there a goal to unify that all under one app at some point?
I think at some point that would be the ultimate goal. At this point, we have experienced issues with all of the various technologies working together. And truthfully, you'll see in the evaluation criteria that VIA came in pretty close as number 2 in the scoring. And one of the reasons that we chose Spare over VIA is because VIA currently, their technology does not speak to GoPass or Transit app, which is what we use to track the real-time location of our vehicles. So I think across the board, there are some holes in how technology is speaking to one another, but I think that the ultimate goal, really regionally, is to get everything kind of talking in the same language and to be able to use all of those systems together so that there could be a universal app solution.
So DART is using Spare Labs backend tied to GoPass, and there's work being done now by DART because of GoPass. That's their system to stitch in VIA. It's just not available yet. But the whole idea is to use that platform so that whether it be Via, GoPass, all of these systems are connected. Currently, you can use the GoPass and it has a connection to like Uber as an example, but it's really not integrated. It's just a link. So as a customer, you get pushed over to Uber and then you can buy that ride. But the intent is to continue to work with DART, with GoPass, and as that regional system becomes more integrated, that we get the benefit of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's ideally is the user interface is one, right?
Yes.
And the spare technology is what passengers are currently utilizing for both of these services. So for the Louisville Lakeway Zone as well as the on-demand evening service. So there would be no change for passengers from that standpoint.
But not for the Highland Village. That's a completely different.
Correct, that's through Lyft.
Is there a reason we do that differently? I mean, so
Well, because
the ones
Lyft-
in Denton and Louisville are actually our drivers,
Yes.
right? And on our vehicles?
Yes.
And so I'm just, that seems a bit of a mishmash. How did we get there?
Because we were operating our own service in Louisville, Highland Village as well.
Well, we were doing the circulator, so that wasn't
Well, and we had on-demand service.
Okay,
and
so it did have an
whatnot,
on-demand
but- So
component,
we actually
okay.
had all three to see which ones the customers in Highland Village would prefer, because it was like voting with their feet. And Lyft was being utilized more often because of its flexibility. And this is a perfect example of where different solutions will actually be preferred by different communities. The other thing to consider as we move forward is, and I think there'll be a briefing later, is that the next large tranche of funding the federal government will make for transit, because they usually do it in 4 to 5 year blocks. It's a very good funding option for transit across America, but there's a few poison pills in that language, and they're actually trying to make it harder to use these on-demand services. So we're not really clear at this point whether it'll be easier to use those on-demand services or there'll be a repeal to some of that.
Well, and to Sam's point earlier about we need to pick some things to fail at, I think this is a great example
Sure,
where
sure.
if we're looking at two different types of on-demand service, one that we're providing versus Lyft, let's look at the ridership numbers. Let's see if we can suss out, is that a demographic difference? Or can we get an economy of scale if we're doing the same thing across the
Across all
entire?
of it.
I know from a usability standpoint, I'm Lyft here, so now I'm DCTA there, and that creates some conflict for me. But I think it's a great example where we can look side by side and see, is there a best practice that we've identified?
And I think that's why trying to consolidate around the GoPass app is the more it gets integrated with these third-party vendors. I know DART's working on it very hard. One of the deciding factors is that Spare Labs is the back end and part of that integration team.
So I have a question.
Yes, Connie.
If we were to add an on-demand zone, would we be able to add it on this contract?
Yes, we would be able to leverage this contract in order to add additional on-demand zones within certain parameters. If we opted to look at on-demand service for our entire service area, we would most likely develop specific criteria to that and go back out to those 31 MOS contracts in a mini task order or a mini RFP to get responses back.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, several questions. What is the Denton Evening Zone?
So that is the on-demand service that we started operating March 23rd. On March 23rd is when we made our first service reduction due to COVID. And with that reduction, the hours of service that we operated bus service, we ended earlier than we did before, but the A train was still running later.
Okay.
And we didn't want the folks who were coming back like on the last couple of trains to get stranded and not have that last mile to get home. And so that's how the on-demand service was initiated.
So this is actually first last mile service that's being provided from the DDTC to a specific area within Denton so that people can get home.
Specific area meaning?
We utilized the Denton Connect fixed routes.
Okay.
So we would drop somebody off at like where a bus stop or a bus shelter were located.
But we wouldn't, if we wouldn't take them to a short distance within their home if they're on that route. In other words, this is sort of it's really not it is on demand, but it's really not, because we're still following a
the routes that we have.
Correct.
It's just a matter of pick up and drop off.
Yeah,
So
the-
on
the-
demand is time, but not location. Yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
the
That's a good way
challenge,
to
the
put it.
challenge was, is
That's
so
good.
how far of a distance are we willing to travel? It could be anywhere in Denton if we were just
Sure.
to go from that point, or we had to designate a zone. So just for now, it was to connect it to any one of the routes that we're operating until service ends.
Do we have any ridership? I didn't see the ridership information. If we started it in March to now, do we have, was it in the packet? I don't think I saw it.
We did not include ridership, but I can tell you that thus far in June, we've had 56 passengers utilize it out of the DVTC.
Okay, all right. All right, good, thank you, that's helpful. On the, I do have this performance measure, and so when I read in the packet that, we talking about the same, that in 2019 is when the Lakeway Zone got created, I believe, January of 2019.
Yes.
And that was with Spare?
Yes.
Okay, and so we're still using our buses or our small vans and our drivers?
Yes.
And so the $50,000, what is that? Is that just their fee? We just write them a $50,000 check, or there's budgetary items? What's the makeup of that $50,000?
There are budgetary items. Let me pull the exact page.
Yeah, I was looking for that, but I didn't.
And I apologize.
Predominantly for software as a service.
It is
monthly
software as a
fees.
service, but there is a breakdown of fees because it's utilization, like with the GoPass app. We also have like a dedicated account person that is part of that, and so there is a breakdown of fees in the response package, if I remember
Okay,
correctly.
well, yeah, I mean, we can look for that. I guess, so this really isn't, I mean, when I first looked at this, I thought, okay, but then I thought, this really isn't what we've talked about as far as on-demand in the sense of,
Well, it is, it's just being provided, it is on-demand service. But it's not privatized yet.
yeah, but what did you say, it's on-demand as far as time, but we
but
have,
not
but we have
location.
locations. Like when I took the train here one time and we used this service to get here, so it picked us up at the train station, it dropped us off at this, over at
Yes.
the DCTA office, whatever that,
Sure.
that bus stop is, or that
Right.
zone stop is.
Right.
So how is this different than what we were doing?
Okay, so that was the Lakeway Zone.
Right.
That is the same. That hasn't changed under this proposal.
Okay, so what is this then we're looking at?
So that's part of this. The piece that was added that Nicole's talking about at the DDTC is not another zone operating during business hours to move people first, last mile. It was to provide that connection to the rest of the vehicles, because the train, when the train ends and when the buses ends, there was a gap.
So we still have the
So it's
Lakeway
bu-
Zone
All of that's part of this.
right now,
Yes.
and then this is going to add to it what? I mean,
The on-demand evening service out of the DVTC.
Yeah.
for the Lakeway Zone?
It's the same software platform that will be utilized for both services.
Right, but I'm
But
just
it's that
saying
you're
on the
canceling
Lakeway
the
Zone.
last contract, right? So the Lakeway Zone is currently, I think I see where you're going.
Yeah,
The
I'm
Lakeway Zone
trying
is
to-
currently under an old
Correct,
contract.
that expires in September.
So now we're leveraging the Moss contract to have a
Yes.
task order for that service.
So, okay, so we're calling it the Moss contract, but it's basically providing the same service that we were currently providing under this contract that is expiring in September.
Correct.
Is that, okay?
Yes.
Um,
And this is called a platform as a service. So there's service providers like VIA and MV
Right.
and First Transit that they can either use our vehicles and their staff, and they have their own software. So VIA, as an example, can provide the vehicle, they hire all the staff, they maintain their vehicles. But they also have their own on-demand software that really is an optimization engine, just like Uber or Lyft.
Sure.
So they're not considered a software platform as a service because they're a full service provider. We're not there yet, and there's another item I was going to brief you, I can do it now if you wanted to, is just
No,
basically.
yeah, let's just,
Yeah,
we'll
so
stick-
that is, this is, we have a on-demand service, we're using the software, the same software, or the same service that you used.
Right.
With our vehicle, with our driver, but using a software platform, just like VIA would, but it's our driver, our vehicle.
Right, okay.
And then there's a provision in all these contracts that when we go out for RFP, and we'll ask VIA and everybody to vote on, to propose on all of it, including the Lakeway Zone. And if it's more cost-effective, we can cancel this contract and move to that contract.
Right, okay. So I've got the performance measures for 2019. You know, I think we had those in the presentation a while back when we did all the detail.
The cost model.
And on the Lakeway, and of course, the Denton evening route wouldn't be in here because it's new. It's since COVID. That's just funny saying that sometimes. It's like a noun or something. I don't know. I'm not an English teacher.
I like COVIDs, like the Walmarts.
Okay, COVIDs.
Just put an S
Yeah,
on the end
all
of
right.
it.
So on here, it shows, where did I just had it. The demand, let's see, okay, Louisville Lakeway Zone. It shows 2.61 passengers per revenue hour. And at the end, it says cost per passenger trip is $37.50. Is that what we're pretty much anticipating? Is that sort of where we are? I mean, it's probably less because of the pandemic, I would think,
Right.
but is that?
Ridership is starting to come back,
Yeah.
which is good news.
Okay.
And that service, as I've said before, it takes a little while for service to grow.
Right.
So if you figure $37 per passenger hour and there's more than two, then you take that and divide it by 2, and that would be your cost per trip. So if you looked at that cost per trip in comparison to like Lyft and other products, it starts becoming pretty competitive. And then to TJ's point, which we still haven't provided, which we will in July, is he had asked us to look at, well, we have federal subsidies for our people that are doing this type of service. What's the net cost of our service delivery, which would drop that cost even more? So you're right. We have to look at it as compare the right things, right? So.
Yeah, so I don't know if I followed your math when you said you do something divided by 2.
So I think maybe
Yeah, this says cost per passenger trip. Is that
Oh, I'm
last
sorry.
column is the $37.50.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's the 30.
I misunderstood.
So when I first read this, I thought, oh, this is sort of our moving into sort of an on-demand type thing, but it is, but it's really not, because we're still, and because if it was, I would say that kind of zone wouldn't be the one to test that out on, because there's no riders. I mean,
Yeah.
people are coming, and I guess you pick them up at the train station, you take them around there. And I was really going to struggle, quite frankly, with supporting it, because I thought if this is the on-demand kind of pilot that we thought about doing, this isn't the thing to do. I
No,
mean,
what
because it doesn't help
were
us.
doing in the past is we were using fixed route bus, which was more expensive.
Right. Oh, no, I understand that, because now I see the difference. My assumption of what it was not accurate. This is just sort of, it's continuing what we've already got.
Continuation of service, yes,
Is
sir.
that what it
Yes,
is,
sir.
basically? Okay, all
Correct.
right. Okay.
But to your question on the cost per passenger trip, and I actually had that pulled up because we've been working on incorporating the revenue piece into those cost metrics. I would expect that for FY20 and then into 21, as we've made all of the cuts that we talked about last month with the FY20 budget amendment, and then last week at the budget workshop where we've cut costs, that all of those metrics should go down, at least on a passenger trip level. Now, the revenue hours and revenue miles, you know, obviously we've cut service a lot, but that's because our ridership has gone down a lot. So it'll be interesting to see when the second half of FY20 how those metrics kind of change, because we likely do have some more inefficient service out there as ridership has obviously dropped. But the cost per passenger piece should go down. And then as Raymond mentioned, we're working now on incorporating the grant revenues and various revenue pieces into this information so that you can see net cost after we factor in revenue.
So I guess then my final question, and I appreciate that, that's, so we're using our bus, in other words, if the cost per passenger trip go down, it's because we either don't have as many of the 12 passenger buses in service, we don't have the hours, I mean, we reduce those sort of fixed costs.
And this cost per passenger trip is the fully loaded with G&A, so even like the
Gotcha.
8.5 FTEs
Okay.
that were cut in the
Gotcha.
FY20 budget,
That whole
that would
percentage,
reflect those
that whole
costs as well,
percentage thing.
yes.
Because I know we cut out the airport zone service in Denton.
Mm-hmm.
At what point, like, let's just say it never changed, it didn't change much. It's 3 passengers per revenue hour. Is that something, I mean, do we have I'm trying to think back, I thought we were talking about having a policy, or we created one, I don't know if where we have sort of some metrics, measurements that we use to go, okay.
Well, and I'll defer to someone else on the service standards.
That would be our service standards.
But right on the page that you're looking at that has the performance measures, the line right above the Louisville Lakeway zone says Denton Enterprise Airport on demand.
Right.
That was that airport zone that has since been discontinued, and so you can see that passenger per revenue hour was 1.5 compared to 2.6 in Louisville. The cost per passenger was extremely high compared to the
Right.
Louisville Lakeway
So
zone.
and that's a good point. So then when you're looking at a table like this, I mean, because when I say 1.5 passengers per revenue hour or 2.61, I really don't see a whole big difference. It's another body. But, you see the cost, which I don't know why that cost was so, I mean, I don't know why it was $400 for the Denton Enterprise Airport for the cost per revenue hour and only $100 for the other one. I'll get with you offline to understand that, but this is helpful because I just came at it from the wrong assumption that this was sort of like a test pilot, but this is just replacing what we got.
Correct. And to answer your question about pricing, on page 623 of the packet, you'll find the breakdown of pricing. Just to kind of give you a high level, it's $10,500 a year for the software platform and services itself, but it's $7,500 per vehicle for licensing. And so that's why the not to exceed $50,000 a year has been set at that amount.
Licensing them?
Per vehicle. So the software, we have to have a license for every vehicle used.
Okay. All right. Okay, good. That's helpful. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, any other questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
TJ made a motion, I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous, the motion carries. And that takes us to agenda item number 14. Consider approval of Fourth Amendment to the City of McKinney MUTD interlocal agreement. Raymond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we have met with the McKinney Urban Transit District about the revised policy. The McKinney Urban Transit District met recently, and they had approved a resolution adopting our new administrative fee to the end of the year to give them time to determine what they want to do moving forward. And so what they have, we've met with them after the meeting of the McKinney Urban Transit District. Their intent is to put out an RFP to determine whether or not they want to continue our service or look for a different provider of services moving forward. I made it very clear to the city manager that they need to meet with the FTA because if they put out an RFP, I'm of the belief that a transit agency is not permitted to participate in a RFP with private sector entities. There are several private sector entities, First Transit, MV, VIA, others that can compete for that. And the reason that FTA frowns on transit authorities competing is because we have a competitive advantage because we have federal funding that we can apply to it. So they very quickly said to us that that's not their intent. And if you recall, when we originally were asked, we were invited by the McKinney Urban Transit District to do a presentation. DCTA and DART were asked to present, and then after that meeting, they decided to work with DCTA. So they're trying to work through how they go out to look at services. They did tell us that when we walked them through the policy, that they didn't think the costs were that unfair or unreasonable. But at the same time, the guidance that they've been provided by the McKinney Urban Transit District Board was to go out and look at new pricing because they felt like the cost of service delivery in comparison to the number of people they were carrying was a concern. Welcome to Transit. They are pretty well funded. I know that they do have the money in their budget to do this. They also received some federal funding under the CARES Act. And so I think they're very interested in working with DCTA to look at some of these MOS alternatives as well. They want to sit down with us and over the next few months and look for ways that they can provide a more efficient way of delivering services. The taxi voucher program that they've been utilizing hasn't been that efficient. Obviously, taxis don't want to go out in the middle of I'm not going to say nowhere, but I mean, less populated areas to go pick somebody up. And so while that's been the model using the taxi voucher program, they're very interested in looking at alternate ways of delivering those services. So what we're recommending and asking for approval is to approve an amendment to the McKinney Urban Transit District's MUTD interlocal agreement to extend the services that DCTA is currently providing them through December 31st, 2020, and that they are adopting our administrative fee policy of 60% administrative fee on their direct costs. So the good news is that they've acknowledged that, and then we'll just have to continue to work with them thereafter on what the future plan is for their transit services. Any questions?
So is that administrative, just so I'm clear, is that administrative fee spelled out in the ILA? I didn't notice it.
It was amended into the resolution that they passed.
So the fee specific, I mean, the
60,
percentage?
they
policy itself was included as an exhibit in the contract.
As an exhibit, okay, that's why I didn't see it.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions?
I just don't want to be wishy-washy on an ILA,
Thank
right?
you.
No worries. Okay. I make a motion to approve agenda item number 14. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, Sam, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The vote was unanimous, the motion carries. Now, this takes us back to informational reports under after consent agenda. So this will take us to our informational reports. So under that, number 1, monthly financial reports. Marissa, did you want to talk about that?
The sales tax reports are included on pages 21 through 24. I did want to point out this is the first month where we've started to see impacts from COVID-19. If you recall, last month we were still slightly over our original budget. As a reminder, the sales tax that we're reporting in the board packet represents sales that happened at retail in the month of April. And so in last month's budget revision, we did revise the budget for the remaining 6 months of the year by 50%. And our sales tax came in roughly 12% below the same month prior year. So definitely better than the 50% we had projected. And so obviously we'll continue to keep an eye on that. We talked, I think, at the budget workshop about, the potential to amend the budget additionally later in the year if sales tax is looking better than we had projected. And if there's additional, projects that we want to use that funding for, or additional things that we want to capture as part of the budget process. But so I just wanted to call your attention to that because it is a substantial drop in what we normally receive. Otherwise, the mobility as a service information is in there. The Spare Labs contract is technically the first task order under that contract. And then Memo 3 is just budget transfers. We did not complete any budget transfers this month. I did have a couple of follow-ups as it relates to last week's budget workshop, specifically related to the budget calendar. We had slated a second workshop, if needed, for the morning of the board meeting on July 23rd. Talking internally, we thought rather than trying to do it as a separate meeting and then having the board meeting, that we would just put it as the first item on the agenda. We had a proposal to start that meeting at 9 instead of 10, just to hopefully address everything in the budget discussion as well as the board meeting that day. So I wanted to get y'all's input on that, as well as ensure we kind of closed the budget workshop with a list of follow-up items that we discussed, and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything else that I know we got an additional email from Cesar that we're working on for the July meeting, and I want to just confirm that there wasn't anything else outstanding that we hadn't addressed to bring back in July for that budget meeting.
So you think we're only going to need an hour prior to our board meeting?
An hour or two. We decided
Okay.
if we put it
That's
as the first item within the regular budget meeting, then
Right.
whenever we finish, we can just go on to the rest of the meeting, rather than trying to do it as a separate meeting that then
Sure.
impacts our ability to start the next one.
Hey, I'm just wondering.
Our intent, we had that list of follow-up items, so, we're working on preparing those, and we'll present those items. We talked about incorporating some fair change assumptions into the long-range financial plan, so we'll be working on that. But otherwise, I don't anticipate the documents that we have won't take a long time to review. So unless there's additional changes or assumptions that we want to discuss, if there's additional conversations that we want to have about reserve policies, we can do that at that time. We're really open to kind of some board feedback at that point for what y'all want to discuss at that next meeting.
I mean, I'm fine with meeting earlier that time. Any other board?
Remind me of the date.
July 23rd.
I think starting earlier is probably prudent.
Okay.
I think that's
All right.
an agreement to start earlier, 9
We're
9
losing
a.m.
them, we're losing them.
Ma-
Okay.
Madam Chair,
That's all
just,
the enthusiasm I can muster on.
yeah.
I had a boss once tell me that meetings will inflate to take the amount of time you assign them.
So we should start at 10 as scheduled, is that what you're suggesting? No.
Madam Chair, we still have a fairly healthy agenda, and it's my understanding that we have about 20 minutes because we have to vacate to give the folks here time to, I think there's something else happening at 6 p.m. And therefore, I'd like to propose that we, let's see, where are we? Are we on 2?
So we're on number 2 of, I mean, I'd like to go ahead and at least on our information reports, which is information requested by board members at the April board meeting. Those are in the packet, pages 27 to 39. But are there any questions that the board has of staff at this point?
It's not, I don't have a question, but, I mean, at the last board meeting, I speculated that the cause of the reduction in ridership was primarily the opening of the highway lanes. And I don't know the sophistication of the analysis that would be required, but is there any way to, with the data that you have, without hiring new people, to determine if that's true or not true, And I think Raymond is going to say no.
What we'll do is we'll provide the dates on when they opened and the ridership. I would be cautious to say that's the only reason why ridership may or may not have increased or decreased, but let's take a look at that and we'll provide that.
And I doubt you could prove that one way or the other, but if there's a strong correlation, I think that would be something good to know.
Okay.
Can I ask a process question?
Yes, sir.
What do we do with these? Do we recycle them? We've got recycling, but do I take them home and recycle them, or what do we do?
You can leave them here and we'll recycle.
We'll
You
recycle
sure?
them on your behalf.
Well, that's a lot. Okay, all right.
Hopefully, at some point, it won't be this big.
I couldn't believe you missed the information on page 638.
Well, I think I was going blind in one eye.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Connie.
Do you not need to take action in the transformation initiative? Is that not a critical topic?
There is some action on that, but 10 minutes to do that, I don't think that we can do it in 10 minutes.
Are we approving it? I mean, if we approve it, if we wait a month, that means we're pushing the whole thing back, right?
I think there's 3 action items: transformation initiative, resolution on the board, a board resolution on the budget, and issuing a task order number 1. And in addition to that, we can certainly postpone the hero pay conversation, but we do want to inform the board, since there's been questions about it. That was one of interest. The others, I don't know that there's anything in here.
So we have discussion.
I mean, how much discussion do we need on the transformation
Yeah.
study? We had a whole committee go through that and vet it.
Yeah.
I'd hate to kick that down for another month. That's the domino that needs to fall for everything else.
What's that? Well, yeah, I think, I would only suggest that if you approve the transformation initiative, that you might want to revisit the scope before you issue the task order, because there were some things that were requested. This all started pre-COVID, pre-changes in the services, pre-cost model being completed. There's a lot of things that have been accomplished, and I think you might want to look at that, because you're going to be paying a consultant for reviewing things that, in my opinion, some of those things have already been accomplished. So it's not a small amount of money that your task order number 1 is. Looks like it's a pretty large sum of money, and there's a task order 1, there's usually a task order 2, and so on and so forth.
Which things can be removed, Raymond, in your opinion?
I don't know that we can get through that in the next 10 minutes. I think that to move this forward, you could certainly approve it, but I think before we issue the task order to the contractor, you might want to revisit it. I don't know, I'm just.
Yeah,
So
could we look at,
I can provide some insight on this.
Thank
So the board can authorize the agreement with Accenture, but not the task order. And then we have the right to do a deductive change order, so that if the board would like to take several weeks to review the scope of work and say, or if we would like to internally to say the following things have already been delivered, that we can do that without impacting the overall timeline. So that is an option. But if the scope is modified to include things that the original scope did not include, we are required to go out for RFP all over again.
Do we have a document that summarizes your concerns or the items that are optional?
Not before the board at this time.
Procedural question or suggestion? Why can't we put all the agenda items that require action to be first things, and then informational items to be second? So we can just kind of go through all the action items first that require action, and then we can run out of time, we just skip the information items.
So certainly we can work on different things with the agenda. Obviously, when we have speakers and everything, you're kind
Yeah,
of moving
I get
people
that.
around. But but yes, and we had worked the agenda for some other situations today, but certainly we can.
Thank you.
We can talk about that.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Seriously.
sir.
Yeah, thank you. So if we, go ahead, Ryan.
There is one other action item on number 9, but I just wanted a point of clarification. Does that need to go today? Number 9?
That is not an action item, it's a discussion item in
Ah,
preparation
sorry.
for action next month.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, so number 9.
So what I hear you saying is that we can at least approve Accenture so they can at least start getting the ball rolling, but that Raymond has some concerns about the scope, that I don't have any documentation on
Context.
what those concerns are.
So we can approve the contract, but not the scope. So you can approve the contract with the recommendation that the modifications to the scope will be made.
Okay.
As long as those modifications do not include something new that was not in the original scope as part of the RFP process.
Claire, is there anything new from that committee that you all wanted to add?
I thought we had wrapped it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only conversation is potential removal items.
Correct.
Yeah.
Then
so-
I'm good with approving this thing and at least getting the ball rolling.
Yes.
And that would allow staff to get the contract portion of it. Once it has to go through both legal teams, that could take up to about 30 days. And then we could, in parallel, be working on the scope of work revisions.
Thank you for that. I love hearing that.
So
Thank you.
can I just ask a question? If there are things that, Raymond, you think that have been done that we need to look at the scope, if we were to remove things, would that lower the $667,000?
Yes, so if we were to
Okay.
modify the scope simply by removing things, then we could go back to Accenture and ask them to provide a new quote. However, they do have the right to say that they are no longer interested in the contract because the dollar threshold has become lower.
And look, I mean, this process is going to be managed by the board. When I looked at the scope of services, I think there's things you might want to consider, or you might want to just move it forward as is. It's just, we spent a lot of time trying to reduce the budget, which we did, and it cost jobs and everything else. And when you look at that first task order being almost, I don't know, $600,000, and there was a request to review the cost model, review some of these things, and I'll get that back to the board. It won't require board action. Again, we should be able to make some of those modifications. If Accenture comes back and says that their proposal was based on this price estimate, we don't have to modify the task order at all. We can just move it forward as is. So that was my only comment. I think that what I'm hearing from the board is you're very interested in looking at the what is service going to look like, what are our mobility options, those sorts of things. Grading our prior routes that we're not operating at that same level anymore. I don't know how much value there is in doing that. If you want to do that, we can go through that exercise, but those are the types of things that.
And I get that
Yeah.
there's a big asterisk on COVID. I get that, but
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like there is value in what were we achieving in 2019, whatever that year is.
Mhm.
What were we achieving at that baseline level? Is that good enough for the residents of Denton County? What was that good enough?
Right.
And then, we can move forward from that,
that-
understanding that we're digging out of a COVID hole.
Sure.
So in my mind, that's, I'm okay with that, but again, I'd need more detail, Raymond, that we
Okay.
don't have.
I understand.
And I did confirm with our procurement department that if we made modifications to the scope by removing items, therefore decreasing the cost, that's not something that then has to come to the board for
Doesn't trigger.
approval again.
Okay. They'd have to go to the board for approval on what we'd be removing.
Correct.
But-
But as far as authorization for signature, we can still, that parent contract is really what we need in place.
Okay, so then if we want to, let's go ahead and do 4, which is the Transformation Initiative Executive Summary. Nicole?
Sure, so I believe that they're queuing up the presentation. We just wanted to provide the board with some history as to kind of how we got here today. So we started talking this as far as putting an item on the board agenda starting in September of last year. And a scope of work was finalized July 23rd during a board workshop. And then we had the bid on the street February 10th. We did receive 5 proposals. We received all of those proposals on the due date of April 17th. And a board-appointed evaluation committee was identified representing the 3 member cities as well as the county. At this time, the evaluation committee is recommending Accenture. Their original proposal came in at almost $800,000 for a 12-week analysis. The evaluation committee and our procurement department, they did reach back out to Accenture to get their best and final offer, which came in at right under $700,000 for that 12-week analysis. There are going to be 2 following items on the agenda. Agenda item 5 is the consideration of the budget revision that would be required to enter into this contract. We have to have that in place in order to move on to number 6, which is the approval of the consultant and then the subsequent task order.
Okay, so agenda item number 5, consider approval of resolution R20-09, approving FY20 budget revision 2020-05 for task order 1 and transformation initiative consultation. Marissa?
The memo for approval of the resolution is on page 76 with the resolution on pages 77 and 78. The actual budget revision form is on page 80. I did want to defer to our legal counsel as far as how we handle a budget amendment if we believe the amount is going to change.
It's not going to change.
Is the amount gonna, is it going?
If we reduce the scope of work and the board is okay with the reduction of scope of work, then we would reach back out to Accenture to get a new cost.
But we said we could pass it the way it is. which
Correct,
is
it would
an
just be a
issue.
reduction. So I think what
Right.
Marissa is asking is if the budget amendment,
Just approve it as is, and then if we
Approve it
need
as
to
is.
amend the budget, we'll bring it back again.
Yeah, we don't know at this time whether the board's even interested in changing it, so just approve it as is.
The revised change in net position is included on page 82, as well as a year-to-date history of all of the previous budget revisions for FY20, which are on pages 83 and 84. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and otherwise, we would request approval of the resolution to revise the budget.
Any questions?
So the ask is, we're asked to modify the budget by $667,000 to set aside for this initiative. Okay. That's what we're asked, okay.
So moved.
So moved.
Was that a motion?
He said so moved, I said second.
All right.
I'm good with
Oh,
that.
okay, all right, so TJ,
I'd arm wrestle you, but social distancing.
Yeah.
Well, so, can we have some additional
any
discussion?
further
Yes, let's-
discussion?
Yes, please. So, is proposed, what's going to happen is, I want to make sure this is what's going to happen, is the contract's going to be awarded to Accenture, the budget's going to be modified, no money's going to be spent.
correct.
You're going to come back to the board, here's what we think the scope of work ought to be, we can have a discussion about it, and then they'll move forward.
Correct, and that keeps us on the same schedule. We had originally allocated 30 days for the contract back and forth anyway. So we should be able to get the contract signed and then any revisions and dialogue with the board to get something final to bring to the next board meeting, which is still within that 30-day window.
Okay.
Let me clarify his point. I'm understanding that we are authorizing to spend up to $667,000. We're going to make that action by approving item 5 and then by approving item 6. But the direction to the CEO is don't actually sign the contract until we get the scope nailed down. We're just saying you can spend up to, but.
No, I'm
No,
saying he's going to
we
sign the
can sign
contract, don't let the money go.
Correct, we
Don't-
won't kickstart the
don't-
process.
Yeah, until we've
the-
reviewed the scope of work and.
Correct.
Just so you know, the way that we write the contract, it's not a guaranteed price. We write it so it's an amount not to exceed. And
Yes.
then the scope of work is always attached as an exhibit. So we'll attach that amended scope of work with the pricing, which would be at or less than the amount not to.
That's what we're
not to-
authorizing, amount not to exceed
Yep,
67. That's, okay.
And then with this resolution, we're just putting that money, moving that over into the budget line. If we don't use it, then we'll do another amendment, move it somewhere else.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so a motion and a second, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous, the motion passes. And that takes us to agenda item number 6, consider approval of Agency Transformation Initiative Consultant and Task Order 1. I'm doing that? Am I doing that?
Is that right?
Okay, so the Transformation Initiative Board appointed Evaluation Committee recommends approval of RFP 2011 Agency Transformation Initiative and corresponding Task Order 1 to Accenture and request authorization for the CEO to execute the contract for a 3-year term with the option to renew for 1 additional 2-year term.
But you didn't want to do the task force.
So do we need to change the language regarding the task order and have it say, authorize the CEO to negotiate the task order?
Yep,
on
authorize
behalf of the board?
the CEO to negotiate and execute the agreement. You can just leave it as simple as that, because that will be negotiating the task order also. Does that make sense? Does that sound mumbled?
Does everybody understand that?
I move what Joe said.
Can you please email Randy
Authorize
what you
the
just
authorize the CEO to negotiate and enter into the agreement.
Okay, were you that, did you say that,
I
Sam?
did. So
Okay.
moved.
Okay. Is
Second.
there- Okay, motion by Sam, seconded by TJ. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The vote was unanimous, the motion carries. Okay, so we can go back up to, well, wait a minute, what's?
So we're going to
It's
propose
5
to
o'clock.
not cover the coronavirus update at this time, and we're asking the board to entertain a quick discussion on the August service change and number 8, the hero pay. And I think those are the 2 items that we really would like to cover as part of this agenda. Yes?
What about number 3?
Mobility as a service.
A quick discussion on.
Okay, I'll do that very quick. So it's been requested by board members, I'm in full agreement, to propose a task order to have, or actually to go out and utilize our 30-plus mobility as a service vendors to provide, not all of them, but the ones that are appropriate, to provide proposals for comprehensive on-demand services for the 3 member cities. We would provide them with all the historical information. I think it's prudent for us to start trying things, and our intent would be to provide a recommended contract or task order, which I have authority to sign, but depending on the amount, we might want to ask the board to authorize those contracts. My intent would be to have an answer by the end of August, so by the August board meeting, we'd have some options for at least for us to consider moving forward with some pilot projects or literally full-scale mobility as a service contracts. So that was the briefing item. Any questions on number 3?
So this is actually an example of one of the things that was originally in the transformation initiative that staff was able to do.
We can certainly do it this way. I think a comprehensive review by the consultants would be, we still need to look at how all the pieces fit together. But yes, I think this was one of the original things that the cities were asking for. And at least my opinion from what I've heard from the cities is that they'd like to go ahead and move forward with at least getting some feedback from the consultants, or not the consultants, but the mobility as a service providers. So yes, this would be part of the scope. I think the intent would be that we'd have some options we could look at. We hear from the transformation consultants as to different options, and we start moving forward with implementing some of these services before the end of the year.
Okay, so that was a discussion item only.
Yes.
We can go to agenda item number 7, August service change overview, which is also discussion item.
So in essence of time, supporting materials are in the presentation regarding what is being proposed for August service changes effective August 24th. Again, this is just the adoption of service changes that were made as a result of COVID-19. So These service changes are currently in the public involvement process, and so that closes tomorrow. And that gives us an opportunity to hear back from the public on what their thoughts are on these proposed modifications. But again, these modifications are nothing new. These are things that staff has been briefing the board on at every single board meeting. But it's just an accumulation of kind of what those service changes have looked like, because service changes occurred in March as well as May and now August. And the reason that we are conducting service changes effective August 24th is because that's when UNT starts school. And so we need to make a service modification to accommodate the 2021 school year based on our contract with them. So if you'll go to the next slide, this really is just, one more, thank you. Again, these are just modifications due to COVID-19. We've summarized that on March 23rd, we conducted a service modification, on March 11th, and then again on August 24th. And because we are proposing some permanent adoptions of changes that were made really in a temporary condition due to COVID, that is why we bring these types of things to the board for review and ultimately approval. So we will be bringing next month to the board an action item specifically to adopt these August 24th service changes.
And when Nicole says permanent, very few things are permanent.
Sure.
These are beyond the immediate need, and we've talked about these being sustained. I think it's a better way of saying this.
Sure.
Sustained until further notice, modifications.
And again, that threshold of a continuation gives us like a little red flag raises and tells us that we need to do a Title VI analysis to make sure that there are no negative impacts to the modifications. And so when we use the term permanent, it's because we are going to have that modification extend until otherwise noted. But again, we are quite nimble, so we can always make modifications moving forward to bring service levels back up. If you will go 2 more slides. One more. I know that this is very, very small. This is a chart that shows from a fixed route perspective the modifications that we made March 23rd. That's when you're really going to see the biggest change in service. So that's where our fixed route went to a Saturday schedule with anywhere between a 40 and 60 minute frequency, whereas before it was 30 to 60 minutes. And then we added an additional run in the morning because our Saturday schedule didn't accommodate for that early run. So it's a Saturday schedule, but with an additional run in the morning. In March, we also removed or discontinued the Highland Village Connect shuttle service, which is something that we had discussed with the board as well as the city of Highland Village. It just was not performing as well, so we modified some of our lift program parameters in Highland Village to provide a larger subsidy as well as longer hours of service with that modification. On May 11th, you'll see that we continued all of the changes that we made in March with 2 additional items. So we suspended service on Route 5 and Route 8. And the reason that we did that is on Route 5 is quite a duplication of Route 6. And Route 8 was a duplication of Route 7. And I'll show you a slide in a moment that kind of shows what those duplications are. And then the August 24th service change, which is what we were discussing today, again, everything has been continued except for the removal of Routes 5 and Route 8. And when we use the term removal or permanent, it really just triggers that we don't have an end date for this. And so we need to do our due diligence and conduct a Title VI analysis to ensure that there are not negative and ongoing repercussions of removing those routes. So if you'll go to the next slide, this really shows you again in May, we temporarily suspended Route 5. You can see Route 5 on the left and Route 6 on the right. There's a very small percentage of locations that are not served on Route 6 that were served on Route 5. But the Title VI analysis did not show any negative impact that was above the threshold that's identified by FTA. It was a very small percentage of locations, and all of those locations were with a short walking distance. And so that's why it did not trigger any negative impact. And if you'll go to the next slide, this is where we're showing comparison between Route 8 and Route 7. So So we suspended Route 8. As you'll see from Route 7, it actually provides service to more locations than Route 8 did. And so the Title VI analysis impact, there was zero impact when we conducted that analysis. I will also note that we've been monitoring feedback from customers on the temporary suspension of these two routes, and they really have been quite limited. A lot of them have just been travel training exercises that we've been able to do on the phone to let that individual know how they can use the subsequent routes to get to the location that they were currently traveling to. So if you'll go a couple more slides, one more. On the A train, on March 23rd, we did conduct a service change where we provided hourly service Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday service remained the same. So our proposal for August 24th is just that we maintain this schedule.
Through when?
I'm sorry.
Through when?
Through.
Indefinitely.
Yeah, through indefinitely.
Until we have
exactly.
I think until we understand the transformation assessment and what the level of services should be.
So
on the
for a
service.
year?
Pardon me?
So for a year?
That's what's budgeted, and I've been fairly consistent in the communication.
Yeah, I know you have been, and I'm just making sure that you and I
Yes.
are clear that you're, and I don't want it. I don't want our headways for a year.
I would also say that the transformation initiative, the analysis is a 12-week period of time. So I would imagine that even though we have budgeted for a full year, and Christina, feel free to chime in, but even though we've budgeted for a full year at this reduced rate, that doesn't mean that we can't go back and modify what the headways are on A-train service.
Let me add that we're not fighting the board on this. What we were looking at is the amount of ridership, and I think you could say there's a chicken and egg. We had 30-minute headways before COVID, and the ridership increase was limited. Whatever we do with rail, it has a direct correlation to what we have to do with bus, because we have to provide connections. So if we increase the frequency on the bus, we're going to need to increase the frequency, if we increase the frequency on the rail, we have to increase frequency on the bus so that those connections are there.
We had that conversation, talked about maybe we could find an opportunity to put some sort of on-demand, something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm just reiterating, because you've been very clear on the hour. I'm going to be very clear. I think the egg version of the chicken and the egg is
yes.
Why even have a train? I mean, the cost savings is what, $66,000? I mean, I asked for what the cost savings was, and I don't believe I have it yet, between 30 minutes and 60 minutes.
So let's revisit that, absolutely, because I think it's very important that the board weigh in on what your service levels are. I don't
And
want
to Sam's point, if we do the same thing, expect different results, I get that. So I'm trying to figure out.
Agreed.
How we get there.
And I'm not for permanently, this is not the goal. It's just while we're getting to
Correct.
that goal, how do we use our resources? That's all.
Right.
Yeah. And I think some of the conversations we had earlier today about programming of funds, the whole concept was let's take all of the old decision-making out of the equation, because at the same time, for full clarity and transparency, I've also had past board members and current board members talk about the efficiency and looking at performance standards, and we're going to be data-driven. There is a little bit of guessing, when it comes to, there is in every pricing, there's elasticity of price, or price elasticity and consumer demand, all these economic terms. But at the end of the day, we have to kind of feel our way as to how much service and when. And we can certainly put the service back in, we can put the dollars back in there, but when we tell the contractor, go back to 30-minute headways, we could very quickly get back to where we were with a lot of service back on the street. And again, I think without just assuming that hourly service isn't good enough, I think that we should try to use the consultants, because we had consultants that looked at this in the past, and we said adding 30-minute headways throughout the day was probably the best thing to do. And even without the pandemic, I don't think it yielded the amount of ridership that we wanted. There's that first last mile that we have to look at and figuring out how to do that better. I do believe that we can increase ridership, but it's going to be a system-wide approach, not just looking at the train.
Well,
And I don't think we intend to leave it at forever at, or, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to reiterate, I mean, I jumped on the train on Monday. 3 people on the train in the middle of the day, all went to Denton, came back, and I'm thinking to myself, you know, we got to be careful. We don't want to just add service, and then the trains are still going to have 1 or 2 people on train. That's not a good use of taxpayer dollars. So it needs to be data-driven. That's my point. How do we get more ridership? So I think we should at some point increase it, but it does need to be, driven by data.
Okay.
Okay, good discussion.
So there are still more slides, if you would.
Yeah, I've got a Zoom meeting at 6 o'clock that I've
Yeah.
got my use of force committee that.
Yeah.
I
So-
don't want to be doing it when I'm driving down the highway. Maybe I should.
No, sir.
Well, since these slides were included in the presentation that was sent out, are there maybe any questions that Nicole could answer to help move that along so we can get you out of here?
And there's a few that have to get going, yeah, and we, okay.
And again, I think it's important to note that we will be because this is more than a 25% impact to service, we will be bringing this back to the board meeting next month for approval.
So, I mean, I think there was no more action agenda items on here. We do have the hazard hero pay option, but that was going to be discussion only as well.
Correct.
So I think we can move the things that we still have on here to our next meeting.
I don't think there's anything else that has action items.
No.
The only remaining items are 8, 9, 15. I think 15, we can send out a memo for some of the items we were going to share.
I will make a note on item 9, that there is a breakdown in the PowerPoint that shows all of the history of the Lakeway lease. We will be bringing next month the next iteration of the Lakeway lease. Our contract does expire at the end of September.
Yeah.
So certainly if there are any questions about that lease agreement, that extension is actually baked in, the terms of that extension are baked into the existing contract. So those rates were agreed upon at the time of the existing contract. So just expect that will be an action item next month.
And then for item 8, the hazard hero pay, while there was no backup in the packet, there is information included on slide 53 in the presentation. Now that we have information from both DART and Trinity Metro on what they've approved for their hazard pay, I will update the calculations that we've done and have Brandy or Raymond send that out to the board with the different options based on the time frame. And to show kind of the parallel options as far as that goes.
And it's not that we're just, we used the word rubber stamp today, so I'll use it here. We share the same union. It's the ATU. So while we want to consider what DART was doing with their staff and their operators, I think it was important to have that information before we made any decisions. And then Marissa will provide an updated table, and we can discuss it next month. That's it.
Other than that, I think we're good. There's things that we can discuss that. It's going to be important to see what's going on at our federal legislative, and we are going to need to have a discussion about any legislative agendas we have as we're coming into that session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion. Sorry.
Sorry, on future agenda items and the Friday email that normally goes out on Fridays, please watch for it on Monday. It will be in your email box on Monday. So we appreciate your patience.
Yeah. Okay, so now I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Okay. Move.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Mayor, second by Councilman Gilmore. We are adjourning at 5:21 PM.